Don't let it pass you by. When the leaves on the autumn trees all die, what do you find? What do you find?
Yeah, it might be.
You've done mine. No, I'm fine. Yeah. Okay. I think just as everyone's getting organised, it's just turned 9:30, and so the plan today is that we're just going to go straight into hearing from submitters, and then I will, after we've finished that part, whenever that happens to be, it's probably going to be around lunchtime, given that we've moved the council presentation to next Thursday, which I'll talk about later. I'll do a little wrap up, including responding to the matters that Ms. Arthur Young mentioned late yesterday, if for those of you who are in the room, when she ran through some suggested process issues. So we have had a think about those, and we do have a response. And thank you for your email this morning, confirming some of those things, which was really helpful. So we will. I'll explain where we're at with all of that, and I'll confirm what the arrangements are for going forward, including for next week. So without further ado, I will introduce ourselves for those who haven't been here during the week or haven't watched us online. I'm Helen Atkins, I'm the chair of this panel. David McMahon, who's on my left, and Lindsay Daish is on my right. So we're here to consider and make recommendations with regard to the decision for both the plan change and for the notices of requirement. So that's our role. So we've been hearing submissions and evidence all week. And this is our last day for hearing submissions, except that which you will hear from me later about, when this day is finished, we still have time to hear from the council team. It was originally in the slot for this afternoon, but we've decided to allow them more time to think about what's been happening this week, because I think it's only fair that they have that opportunity. We'll do their presentation online. Once we've heard from them, we'll be adjourning the hearing, not closing the hearing, and I'll explain later in the day what's going to happen during that adjournment period. So that's all from me. And the first organisation on my list is Kāinga Ora. So do we have someone from there? Oh, he's online. Oh, sorry. I didn't realise you're online. Beg your pardon. Welcome. So we're just getting something handed out. So thank you for doing the statement. That's much appreciated. And it's just coming round now. So what I'll do, just make sure the Auckland Nelson Airport has got a copy. I'll get you to introduce yourselves and then just take us through the material you want to take us through. Thank you.
Kia ora. I will introduce myself. So I'm Josh Nebo. I'm the team leader of development planning in the South Island for
Welcome.
Kaimanaora.
Yep.
And also with me today is Lisa Kamali. She is principal planner for Kaimanaora in the South Island as well. Joining us in a moment, and we're not sure quite what's happened with his connection, is Brendan Liggett. He is the one who's prepared the corporate statement today.
That's okay.
And he's the one authorised to give the evidence there.
We're a little bit early. Is he based? Are you in Christchurch? Is he based in Wellington?
He's based in Auckland.
Oh,
yeah.
Auckland. I think I knew that. Yeah, thank you.
We're a touch early. But by way of introduction, I can probably introduce you to Kaimanaora just to those unfamiliar. So we're the government's public housing provider as well as urban development authority. We were established in 2019 as a statutory entity under the Crown Entities Act. Kaimanaora has two core functions. One is being a world-class landlord and the other is leading and coordinating urban development projects. The statutory objectives of Kaimanaora require it to contribute to sustainable, inclusive and thriving communities, which means providing for our tenants fantastic places to live. And I see now that Mr. Liggett has now joined us. So
Excellent.
what I do is get him to introduce onwards from there.
Yep, that's fine. Now, can we see him? Are you there, Brendan?
Good morning, panel. Yes, I am
Good
now.
morning. Oh, thank you. No, sorry, we did start a couple of minutes early, so that might have caused a few issues at your end. Look,
No.
we've been provided a copy of the evidence that you have presented, that you have prepared. So in your hands, in terms of you taking us through that evidence, and then at the end of that presentation, we may have some questions of you. So thank you.
Good morning and thank you, Chair and Commissioners. Just briefly before I start and run through, just a brief introduction to Kaimanaora, although that may well be common knowledge to the members of the panel, but for benefit of submitters, just a brief introduction to us, and then working through a couple of the concerns that we have, and they're primarily linked to the balance question, and how effects are generated, how effects are mitigated between the noise generator, but then also the noise receivers, which is primarily the fundamental issue that we have, and then the cascade of regulation that flows from that. But just briefly in terms of Kaimanaora, in my primary statement of evidence, I talked to our national context. I won't go into that further, other than that we are the public housing landlord on behalf of the government. In paragraphs 4.7 through the end of section 4, I touch on the Nelson context specifically. Where in Nelson we have currently 720 homes available for people that need them. We have an issue percolating in Nelson, but like the airport needs to grow and develop to meet future need, we have the same sort of issue. And that the last 5 years, our portfolio is unable to meet the needs that persist within that community, such that the wait list in the last 5 years has grown from 135 households currently waiting for housing through to in excess of 320 today. That presents a significant challenge for us in terms of we have a portfolio, the turnover within the portfolio is insufficient to provide for those new people coming. So we need a additional supply line for housing. Therefore, each of the existing assets that we hold is important in terms of our ability to grow and develop. Similarly, same issue for the airport. They have a asset that they need to grow and develop over time in order to meet the needs of the aviation industry. The big challenge for us is not only a sheer numbers game, but is about the type of housing that exists within Nelson. And typically it's a 3-bedroom house on a moderately sized site. The properties for us specifically that are impacted by these two proposals, the notice of requirement, but also the plan change 30, are sitting on sites typically freehold, typically in the order of 500 to 800 metres in individual site area, but they are generally associated with other property that we own. So we do have sites of scale, some of them up to sort of 3,500 square metres. We do have some higher intensity historical development, the old cross-lease type product that was developed through the 70s and 80s. So we do have sites of 1,000 square metres that would have 5 dwellings on them today within this geography. The challenge with that for us though, all of the houses, well not all, the majority of houses are 3-bedroom. The majority, almost 3/4 of it, almost 2/3 of it, is of the unmet need or the need we're unable to meet in this geography is for smaller homes, 1-bedroom units. And the challenge when we are tasked, and I touch on our land holdings directly affected later on in my evidence, but effectively we've got 1.3 hectares or 27 dwellings spread across 18 sites within the AECO as now proposed, that are typically family homes when we have a need for other types of homes. The proposal in Plan Change 30 takes us, as notified, non-complying to change that. And my understanding that through the course of evidence and discussion and hearing, there is a reflection that may be restricted discretionary, may well be the provisions that are suggested, and I'll spend a bit of time talking about those and why those are inappropriate for you to adopt. But what effectively needs to happen for us over time is to redevelop the portfolio, both in terms of increasing the supply, but also to change the nature of the types of housing supplied. It may well be appropriate to continue to put a 3-bedroom house on a 500 square metre site, but it would not be appropriate in terms of economic and appropriate use and efficient use of land to put a 1-bedroom dwelling on a 500 square metre site. We would need to amplify the number of dwellings when dealing with those smaller household units. So increase the density when we're dealing with a redevelopment proposal. Coming specifically in further on in my evidence, and I'm looking at predominantly starting at paragraph 5.2. The big question for us is the balance. And Council for the airport on the opening day talked about how they consider the balance to be. And when considering the designation, you're asked to consider those, the existing environment, the lawfully established permitted activities. And there was an assertion made that anything that's not permitted is unlawful. So a restricted discretionary activity for the continued development of residentially zoned land for its stated purpose to house people, by assertion of that, is then unlawful. So that in part goes to the request that we have in the relief that when we're dealing with development within the 55 through to the air noise boundary in the AECO, that we have a permitted activity framework for development, not a non-complying as notified, and certainly not the restricted discretionary framework as put in front of you in, as I understand, the joint witness statement. in our view, that balance isn't struck appropriately. We have a situation where noise is produced by an external party and is received by residential land use. And the residential land use can't change that. It is relying on the designation conditions and in part section 16 and 17 for noise emitters to not unduly produce unreasonable noise, and making sure that the mitigation of that noise is appropriate first. And then secondly, what is the residual effects that need to be addressed within the residential environment. As I understand it, the airport has put to you that there are certain things they can do. They can put together a potential noise mitigation package within the air noise boundary at 65 decibels and above. It is not fully clear to us at this time what that package involves. It could be implied from the evidence of Ms. Laurel Smith that it is a heat pump and ventilation package. In contrast to what sits within Plan Change 30, quite an extensive set of rules about the insulation requirement, the density, and I'm not talking density in terms of development, but the density of construction materials that address facades, glazing, etc. So two very different propositions. One quite prescriptive as to what is required if an activity in the residential zone is to respond. At the moment, at least to me, on what I understand right now, very unclear as to what the airport will be doing in the air noise boundary. And as evident and as I understand has been your discussion over the last couple of days, there's nothing available within the 55 to that air noise boundary. But it's in the circumstances where under the amended policies that the airport seeks, on reverse sensitivity grounds, the airport is saying that those effects are inappropriate and need to be heavily regulated. When the flip side, it is unclear what the full extent of regulation is within the air noise boundary in terms of their response. I note that they're offering a mitigation package, and that is a very good step. I guess the commentary on that is that it is not equal to the requirements that they are seeking through Plan Change 30 on other parties. Those two things, if it is to be an equal and reasonable decision, should be equalised and should be clear to all parties at all times. Just touching on that clarity point, I think the other challenge in terms of what is advanced with Plan Change 30 and how people are to comply with the rules at a later date, the clarity of information available with a line that defines the 55 noise contour and the 65 noise contour won't necessarily provide you with the necessary information that you need in order to design the building to achieve the 40 decibels out the other end. Because the starting point is what is the noise that are exposed to and what do you need to do in response to that. What we can't get clarity from the plan provisions as promoted is what is the starting point. Is it 55, 56, 57, 58, right through to beyond 65? The plan doesn't provide that clarity in circumstances when you need to consider that for your design. And just briefly, I say, in terms of the issues with respect to the specific provisions of the plan change, and I'm looking firstly at the objectives and policies in 3.11. there's quite a marked shift between what the operative plan says and what is being sought. At policy D011 1.2, what is being struck out in terms of the descriptor of that policy is noise effects of aircraft. And the policy goes on to talk about noise effects should be reasonable based on a projection from 2020. What is being proposed is to flip that on its head to discuss about reverse sensitivity effects and completely change what that policy, in reading it, is doing. One is talking about noise effects should be reasonable. The other is talking about receivers should not impose restrictions on the operation of the airport. And further on in the explanation later on, it talks about what is deemed to be the restriction, and that's around the current lawful operations, but also the future growth of that airport. It's not our understanding that reverse sensitivity extends beyond the lawful operation of an activity. So we're having some text introduced into the descriptor of this policy, which may creep the reverse sensitivity concept. And the other reason for our effectively seeking that the changes sought are rejected, when we look at policy D1113, there is a degree of balance that sits in that, that the operational needs are met and that the amenity and well-being of community is met, reasonable balance. But then we go on in terms of the text added to be quite prescriptive about what is now interpreted, how that is to be interpreted by requiring very specific things. When that cascades down into the restricted discretionary activity rule framework, and please correct me if I'm wrong with this, I'm trying to keep up with the hearing and all of the evidence that has exchanged. I understand there's a joint witness statement that does look at potentially shifting within the AECO the development of ASAN as a restricted discretionary activity, but then goes on with a range of matters to be considered. Primacy is given to reverse sensitivity in those matters for assessment. And fundamentally, the discussion in points 2 and 3 target very specifically that the effects of outdoor noise are addressed. My understanding from what was presented to you by the airport was, from their perspective, outdoor effects are very difficult, if not impossible to, and I'm going off my memory and I can't recall if impossible was used as a word, but very difficult to mitigate. So in circumstances here, we have the airport unable to mitigate outdoor noise, but then requiring those people that are the receivers of that noise generated by their management of their operation, in order to use that land further for its zoned and stated purpose, then has to come up with some way of dealing with the outdoor amenity, because that will give rise to reverse sensitivity in terms of the way the restricted discretionary activity criteria are drafted. That's how I'm reading it at the moment. I suppose the other comment, and I'll wrap this up and open for questions, the other comment I would offer relative to the changes proposed, very conscious of what's been put to you, that you should be considering the difference between the lawfully established activity by way of its current planned provisions, both in terms of its designation and existing district plan provisions, and that there is a change of from 0 to 2 dB in many cases for most houses. I understand from summary statement from Laurel Smith, and happy to be corrected if I'm misreading this, as I'm not a noise expert, but my understanding of that is they reached the conclusion that there are limited effects because of the difference being indiscernible at 2 decibels. But also note that it appears they're saying, based on the current exposure and what people know and feel and see and hear today, that change could be anywhere between 5 and 11 decibels. And we have 2 environments here. One, what is the lawfully established environment? The other is what is the actual environment that people will receive. And in that context, the airport is seeking a package of designations and rules that would provide for its future use, growth and development of land that it is invested in, land that it's zoned for its purpose, and via the designation facilitates that. But then equally through all of the provisions that they're proposing to insert via Plan Change 30, then explicitly precluding the receivers to continue to use, grow and develop their land as well. I read all of that in the context of section 16 and 17. And taking that into context, it's looking at what is unreasonable. Now, the evidence you have, as I understand it, on the notice of requirement is that the airport's position is their bucket of noise out to 2050 is not unreasonable, and that you should adopt that, and that noise level in that existing receiving environment is appropriate. But then on the flip side, they say via reverse sensitivity provisions that the addition of any other people in that environment, because of the noise that they're exposed to, will unreasonably compromise the airport because of the presence of those people, which is the reverse sensitivity issue. It seems unreasonable that both of those statements could be true. If the noise is reasonable to the existing community, why is it not reasonable to any community, current or future? And equally, and it's not exactly clear, but the assumption I'm taking from the evidence, if the installation of a heat pump and mechanical ventilation package of an undescribed flow rate is appropriate in mitigating the noise for the residents that exist there today, then it would be reasonable that any future state should also operate the same way, and that mitigation be accepted as what is reasonably necessary to mitigate the noise effects derived from the airport. And because those noise effects are mitigated, the potential for reverse sensitivity effects that flow from it. I think with that, I will give you some time for questions.
Thank you for that. Just with regard to I've got a couple of things, and then I'll just hand over to my colleagues who may have some further questions. I think the evidence from Ms. Smith, when she referred to noise being imperceptible, related to the 1 to 2 decibel increase. So I don't think she was suggesting that increases in the 3, 5, up to 9, 11 type numbers were in any way considered to be imperceptible. So I don't think you got her evidence incorrect. I just thought I'd mention that to you. I just couple of just clarification questions really, and I appreciate that you haven't physically been in the room, and not everything that has been presented to us, much of it has got onto the website, but there'll still be a little bit of catch up. The proposal is now not to be quite so restrictive with regard to activities, sensitive to airport noise, being within the airport effects control overlay. And I think you've reflected that. There's been a proposed relaxation from the non-complying activity status to a restricted discretionary activity status. So it's not going to be permitted, but there will be a pathway, which I think a lot of submitters, including Kaingaora, indicated having a pathway was really important. Similarly, there's been some relaxation with regard to, activities in the, air noise boundary. But you're quite right. One of the things that the parties need to continue to think about is what the noise mitigation package is with regard to the different zones that we're talking about. And you might not have caught up with this, and I will be saying something later today, but we are going to agree that additional planning conferencing does take place to look at some of these matters, particularly with regard to the Tahuna Beach Camp, but it would also likely apply beyond the boundaries of that camp as well. And I noticed in your evidence, and you didn't read it out, but you didn't need to. You make a comment about the Wellington City Council approach with regard to the Wellington International Airport, which I'm and in fact all of us are familiar with, as providing a good example of a framework of district plan provisions which strike that balance that you talk about. So thank you for that. We are familiar with those provisions, so we'll be able to reflect on that and have a bit more of a chance to have a look at that. They weren't really any questions, they were more just little statements really. I'm just going to hand over to Mr. Daish and then Mr. McMahon to ask you any questions that they might have. So, if you've got anything to say, please do so, but yes.
Yeah, if I may just reflect on what I've heard from you just now. My comment would be, don't be under any illusion that the shift from non-complying to restricted discretionary activity is a relaxation.
Well, depends on how it's drafted, I suppose. But yes, it's certainly a better activity status. It's not as good as permitted. It's not as good as controlled, but it's the next best thing, I would have thought, provided the conditions that apply are appropriate, measurable, and don't impose, basically don't impose such conditions that it's ultimately a prohibited or non-complying activity by another name. We understand that, yeah.
Because looking at the matters of discretion the way they're framed right now,
I know that,
and the supporting policies that sit above it,
yep.
I think
I agree, we've got your submissions on that, and we have heard from other submitters regarding those conditions as well, so we are mindful of that as a real live issue. But I'll hand over to Mr. Daish if you're happy to hear questions from him now, and then he can hand over to Mr. McMahon. Thank you.
Morning, Mr. Liggett.
Morning.
Couple of factual things. Now, your figures in terms of the Kaingaora property portfolio, is that Nelson Tasman or is that just Nelson City? So 721 houses or properties in Nelson City?
That will be Nelson City. We report by territorial authority.
Thank you. You've obviously been involved in the Wellington situation as well, with properties adjoining the air noise boundary or within the air noise boundary. So I understand the position of your position, and you will correct me if I'm wrong. You're comfortable within the 65 LDN within the actual air noise boundary, that there should be a presumption against new residential housing within that 65.
Yes,
So
that
within
is
the
correct.
existing air noise boundary, and it has, various different health reasons for that. So from the 55 to 65, in the ACO as it's been called during the week, you would like to see a permitted activity for new residential within that area, subject to a performance standard. That would be your bottom line. That would be your preferred option. So
Yes, the-
as an agency and a very large house builder, you're quite happy to countenance having to provide either better acoustic mitigation or ventilation requirements for those properties in between 55 and 65. I guess at a new build level, it's possibly easier to do. Would that be fair?
Most definitely at a new build, a new building is easier to address than an existing building. I fully accept that. Our focus point has been from dealing with the worst of the effects. So within 60 to 65, most definitely acoustic requirements and ventilation requirements that are appropriately set. And you would have seen through the Wellington process the discussion about the ventilation rates. Between 55 and 60, it's kind of at 55, we don't see a need, and that standard building practice will address it. But once we get to 60, there is a problem. It's a challenge in that 55 to 60 space. From our perspective as a builder of public housing, we would be, when we're dealing with that environment, we would be looking very explicitly whether regulation required it or not, we'd be doing something. If the provisions were 55, you had a permitted activity with some ventilation and acoustic treatment to achieve the 40, we would be comfortable with that. But equally, the flip side, the existing dwellings, if they're not to be redeveloped, also need the same response.
Okay. Were you invited to attend the planning conferencing at all?
We may well have been invited as an organisation, but didn't attend or didn't offer any.
Yeah, because the other planners involved in the process have had a couple or three goes already, and they're potentially going to have another go at it in terms of, there's a number of matters, but what you're particularly concerned about is new or altered or residential properties within the ACO is your biggest concern, and whether there is a sensible pathway to allow appropriate levels of residential development within those areas. You also understand saying there should be some sort of differences between those properties which just sneak in, like within the 55 or 56 dB, and potentially something at 64.
Well, there's definitely a different built response required. You're going to have to do more mitigation at a building exposed to 64 than you would at a building exposed to 55.
So you'd see that when there is a design put for, say, new buildings within the ACO, that there would be a complementary acoustic certificate that was with the measures in place, and on the assumption that you know the noise level or the predicted noise level, that you are going to be able to meet that 40 dBA internal.
We, in terms of the projects that we have across the country where we're interfacing with this issue, as a matter of course, we would seek specific advice from acoustic consultant on what is the design requirements. Speaking for our own operation, while that adds cost to our process, we want the outcome. We want a warm, safe, dry house. That's what we want. We will invest the additional cost in to get that advice and make sure we're responding appropriately. As the challenge, once you look at those provisions beyond our portfolio, what works for us and the reasons we do something may add cost to other people, and whether that's appropriate at a community scale.
Okay, that's understood. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to hand over to Mr McMahon, who might have a couple of questions as well.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr Liggett. I really don't have a lot more in terms of questions other than what Mr Dace has raised. Other than this focus on an activity status other than RDA, and whether that's permitted or controlled, would a controlled activity status with a certification process provide a more enabling and more certainty to the issues that you've raised?
And I see the potential issue between a permitted activity standard and one where the council is putting some inquiry into the outcome you've achieved and have you actually achieved the rule and the purpose of it. If you were to go beyond permitted, controlled would still provide the certainty as to the overall outcome.
Yep.
So you can demonstrate X and Y, you will achieve the outcome. Our experience in other geographies is once we're at a restricted discretionary activity, we're into engagement that takes you away from the direct issues of the effects for the residential development.
Yes.
And takes you other matters when you're engaging with other parties.
Yes. Would you acknowledge that the policy framework that is there at the moment in terms of this reverse sensitivity issue doesn't support anything below an RDA?
In terms of the operative provisions or the proposed wording?
The proposed wording.
I think the proposed wording, as notified and as slightly amended, was constructed for the purpose of a non-complying activity.
Yep.
And it is very directive in that way to preclude.
Yes.
The discussion on day one was, it's a numbers game. One more person is one more problem. Equally, one more decibel is one more problem. So there is a balance to strike here, and we say from a health and wellbeing perspective that can be addressed by the internal amenity, done through acoustic treatment, provided it's done correctly. And once you've achieved that, then you should be able to continue to use the land for its stated purpose.
Yes. I put this this policy issue to Mr Lyle and Mr Bonas earlier in the week and asked them what the starting point should be, whether it should be the rule or the policy. And I think, well, certainly Mr Lyle agreed that you should get the policy setting established first and then look at the methods such as activity status to deliver on that. Would you agree with that approach?
I think in terms of good practice planning, you start it's a cascade down, not a cascade up.
Okay.
And hence my commentary on those two policies specifically is they're not a balanced outcome, they're a heavily weighted outcome and don't necessarily derive themselves from the conclusion reached about the designation and the reasonableness of that noise that's produced, to then flip it and go, now it's completely unreasonable for any future resident or any growth in future residents to occur in this geography.
Okay.
That's what both come.
Just a number of quick, more administrative type questions. Is Kaingaroa A submitted to Plan Change 29 also?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Okay. And in terms of this statement of evidence, it's labelled corporate. I looked at your qualifications. You have a planning background. You've performed some planning roles. Is this corporate evidence or planning evidence?
It is corporate evidence, and that I must acknowledge I cannot advance this as planning evidence as a staff member of the organisation.
Okay, thank you. Okay, they may affect your ability to take part in conferencing on this matter. Do you have any comment on that?
Yeah, and that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that is understood.
Yeah.
Unfortunate, but understood.
Okay. Your evidence is really useful for me because it's raised some issues that I need some clarification on from the airport company. Just some simple graphics, and I'll return to that later on, but really about some graphics about the existing spatial extent of the ACO and the air noise boundary as opposed to the proposed ones, and I'll talk to that at the end of the proceedings today. That's all from me. Thank you, Mr. Liggett.
Thank you, Mr. Liggett. I think that finishes up the questions from the panel. So thank you very much for that. As Mr. McMahon has said, we're going to have a conversation with with everyone in the room, but particularly with the airport company on a few things that we think that we would like to them to consider, and some of the things are matters raised in your evidence. So thank you very much for that. Are your two colleagues still there? I'll just thank them as well, or have they handed over completely to you? So look, thank you to all of you for your presentation from Kainga Ora. As you will hear or you will see from the website later, there'll be a pause in the process to allow for certain things to happen. So there won't be a closing of the hearing for a little while, and we'll explain what that little while looks like a bit later on today. So thank you very much. Much appreciated.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, thank you, Lisa and Josh. But yeah, thanks for that. Okay. Excellent. Well, thank you. We're a little bit over, but not too terribly. Is Alistair Cottrell here? Yes. Hello. G'day. Come forward, and we will just wait to get the stuff that Harry's handing out, and then we'll come to you. Thank you. Oh, great. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Oops, let me just file my stuff. Now, welcome. You've been here throughout most of the week, so welcome.
Yes.
And thank you for your notes, which Harry's, I think he spoke to me about getting copies of this, so that's very helpful. You know the arrangements, so I'll just hand over to you, and you can just take us through your statement. We've obviously pre-read your submission, and now we've got a bit more information in the statement that you're going to present to us now. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for letting me speak, the Chair, the Commissioners, and really appreciate it. I'm against the northern extension of the Nelson Airport and Private Plan Change 30, and will explain this in my speech. Some of what I will say has been said, but will be some new information. I listened off and on Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday around my business commitments to make sure I give a good, excellent speech. I will expand on what I've written. I'm speaking as an individual and also for the Nelson community, Tahuna community, supporting my speech. I was born in Waikare, North Canterbury, so I was in a hard farming area, so life was tough in the 70s. My grandfather, Lionel Dennis Cottrell, was a lawyer based in Christchurch on 100 boards around New Zealand and the world, most of them chairman. My grandfather had a big effect on my business knowledge, how to support a community, in my case Tahuna, and give back to the community, in my case Tahuna. I played professional tennis. I left school straight away. I was the first tennis coach in Nelson professionally. What I've done for the community in Nelson and especially Tahuna in the 80s, I saved Fairfield House, which is on the top of Trafalgar Street. I was involved there with fixing it, brick courtyards, cars, making it happen before it could be demolished. The tennis courts in Nelson, I was the last one to speak. I had a big effect on making sure that happened for the community. The new surface on the tennis courts at Tahuna Tennis Club, I've had an involvement with that. I wish to make it clear I have no conflict of interest. I've hardly ever used those courts. Volunteer work in Tahuna, over 35 years. Thousands of hours of my time. Cleaned all the streets of Tahuna over the years. Only in the last 5 years, it's come to the attention of the media. 2 years ago, hundreds of hours to tidy up Parker's Cove, which is around the back of the motor camp. That had an effect on me because I met thousands of residents in the area. And it took a lot of guts and determination. And the Tahuna people really appreciate what I've done. Last winter, over 100 hours in Tahuna area at the public beach courts. I scraped every court, every line, and hand painted it with a chair. It required total commitment and nothing less. Every day I do something to help the Tahuna community. I bought a house in Tahuna on April the 6th, 1990. It's one of the biggest sections in the middle of the commercial area of Tahuna behind Tahuna Pharmacy. It required total commitment. It was against what my parents wanted, and I decided I was going to do it. Maybe there was a stubborn streak in me, but I made it clear I was going to do it. I gave total commitment for the province of Nelson for 20 years, blood, sweat and tears, and that applies to Tahuna too. Some of the cleaning work I've done in Tahuna community area has been done. People ask me why I do it. I want Tahuna to be a great area, not an average area. If you walk through the streets, you'll see it's spotless. It's not by chance. If you walk to the Tahuna beach, where the Abel Tasman statue is, that is clean, that is immaculate. I have put some propositions to the Nelson City Council at the start of the year. Most of them have been done. The lines down to Natureland, they're all painted because of me. The drain by the sands, it was leaking, it was blocked. I persevered till I got it so it was cleaned just recently. The start of last year, I was involved with the Tahuna Community Hub. So that has added another spoke to what I've seen with the poor people of Tahuna or the people that are struggling. The community is a big part of my thinking. I have run a very successful tennis business that has remained private most of my life. But the Tahuna community means a lot to me. I've always worked as a contractor, owned my own business, never really worked for anybody, so I've been independent. I've been asked to go on boards, I've stepped away from that so I can have an open, clear thinking process in my thinking. Rugby plays a big part too, so the fields at Tahuna, I eventually want those to be fixed and developed a bit, and for football. Tahuna Community Hub has struggled over the years, but it's on a strong footing now. When we go through this, I wish to make it clear the Nelson Golf Club was started in 1897. Tahuna Beach Holiday Park was started in 1926. The Nelson Airport started in 1938. So if you look at that, there's 41 years difference with the golf club and 12 years with Tahuna Holiday Park. The ownership of the airport, and I've done my homework on this, and I stand to be corrected, but it's a 50-50 share between Nelson City Council and Tasman City Council. I've not heard that during the week. And my understanding is the government have a 1% share so that it can't be a monopoly. Nelson Airport Company directors are appointed by the Nelson City Council and Tasman District Council. My understanding plan change duty is put forward by the Nelson City Council on behalf of the Nelson Airport Company.
Oh, that's the only thing that's a bit different. This was a started life as a private, well, it still is a private plan change.
Yeah.
Which was put forward by, I know it's a bit complicated, but it was put forward by the Nelson Airport Company, and then the council had an option. It has 3 options. It can adopt the plan change as though it was its own, it can accept the plan change, or it can reject the plan change. And in this case, Nelson City accepted the plan change, so it's still a private plan change,
Right.
but it hasn't been actually formally adopted by the
Okay.
council. But it's very technical, but that's fine.
Yeah.
Keep going, sorry.
The communication my opinion, has been absolutely appalling. Nelson Airport needs to have a good look at themselves. Why? Owners of the houses near the airport and Tahuna Beach Holiday Park, the permanent residents, the board running the beach, I feel for them. The golf course, Nelson Golf Club, the mental health of Tahuna community. I've done so much to help the Tahuna community, but this is out of my control. Owners of houses near airport, Tahuna Nui, consultation, letter drops, meetings. I never got one. And I'm assuming a lot of other people didn't either. Tahuna Beach Holiday Park, if it goes on the northern runway, destroyed the beach, the Tahuna Beach Holiday Park business model. Permanent residents gone. Homeless in Tahuna, not of their making. The board, they must be under extreme stress, must be huge. They care about the residents. Hearing some of the speeches of Tahuna permanent residents hurt me inside my body. Compassion Tahuna, none. Golf course, Nelson Golf Course on the northern runway, no golf course, it's destroyed. Only golf course north of Christchurch Championship, 11 to 15 million to relocate the golf house, 60 to 100 million to relocate the actual golf course. The mental health of the members, speeches heard, real hurt inside the members. This isn't what Tahuna community should be like. The mental health of the Tahuna community after hearing speeches this week, I have some real concerns. Owners of the houses and especially the permanent residents of Tahuna Beach Holiday Park. What I've done with volunteer work to help a great Tahuna community over the last 35 years has gutted me, if Northern Runway is considered. It isn't an option in my eyes, only the Southern Runway. I've done my homework a little bit here, I stand to be corrected, but 3 houses on the Manaka side were considering litigation about noise at Nelson Airport years ago. Nelson Airport bought them privately by Nelson Airport. In my eyes, the southern side is the best side for the runway, and it's a win for the Tahuna community. And summing up, I consider the southern runway and consider the Tahuna community, the beach holiday park, the Nelson Golf Course. If this doesn't happen, it will be devastating for Tahuna community. I'll expand on something that happened to me 2 weeks ago. On Muritai Street, it was on Anzac Day, so it was in memory of my grandfather who won the Military Cross. I went down there and cleaned the side of the street where the social housing was. I was warned by people not to do it. It could be in danger of my health, you know. So I decided, I got my broom, I swept all the rubbish there, got 5 bags out. The neighbours came out. There were some real tough ones. They said, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm cleaning that street. See the other side, it's dirty. This side of the street, the other side is clean. Your side of the street's not clean, and I'm going to make sure you're on a level playing field." Well, I had handshakes from all of the residents coming out to thank me. The one thing that did shock me when we took the rubbish bags, one of them politely said to me, "Do you have a bracelet?" I knew where he was going. On my leg. I said, "No, I try to be a good human being." So, in summing there, I had the respect of what I did for them. Tahuna community is a great community, not an average community. And I have taken great heart by the speeches of people who are against the Northern Extension Runway and Plan Change 30. And I feel that the people deserve to be looked after. Business is important, and that's what my grandfather said, and he was one of the pioneers. And little do people know, it just closed recently, but he used to walk the streets of England to get business for New Zealand. And the Bulla Cement Works, he was the one that got that in there for the community to make sure the community had something that only just recently changed. And his board meetings were done at Maria Springs. He told me this as a kid. and he looked after that community to make sure that they had something there for them. And considering everything, I've listened to everything, what I've seen during the week, and I have heart that things will be looked after and Tahuna will be looked after. If it isn't, it's devastating for this community. It will hurt me inside. And most importantly, the beach, which is that, you see there, that was taken this morning when I had to go and do a tennis lesson with a young girl who challenged me today. So this is a small challenge. And when you look at that area, it's unique. It is special. You will never see another area like that, in my eyes, around New Zealand. And I think it's what you have to realise is the beach is for people to walk, reconnect with nature. Lower planes with noise, more frequency is unacceptable for people's well-being. That beach is used by everyone. The beach at the back, where I cleaned, which was the back of Tahuna Beach, the motor camp don't realise this, but I've done that to try and create business for them. And so that area is immaculate. And that is the area where a lot of people walk their dogs. And that's an important part of community too. I don't have a dog, but I think it's important for people to have that space for their animals. And I think it's most important that please can look after this community of the Tahuna Motor Camp and the golf course. Sports played a big part of my life, but I don't want them to be devastated. Thank you.
Look, thank you. And I think given all of the things you've been doing over the years, I have no doubt in saying that I'm sure the community are very appreciative of what you've been doing. It certainly has been extraordinary to hear what you've been doing. I think I just want to thank you for having reflected on what you've heard this week and having responded to some of the things you've heard, both the things regarding what the community have said, including the golf club, reflected on some of the things that the airport company has said. It's really helpful for us to actually get information from the community that's kind of right up to date and has reflected on what's been going on, rather than just leaving us to read a submission that you've written almost a year ago. So that's really helpful. I don't have any specific questions for you, but I'll just check with my colleagues to see if they've got any questions for you. David?
Mr. Cotterill, I don't have any questions. I'm absorbing what you've said. I'm sure your grandfather, Mr. Cotterill, famous law firm in Christchurch, presumably Duncan Cotterill and Partners.
I did mention that, but yes.
Yes, I was going to say something, but I thought Mr. McMahon might.
Would be very proud of your submission, so thank you for that.
Yes, similarly from me, what is really resonating is about the community and your part in the community, and really showing that you value all that the Te Hūnanui community has to offer. So thank you for that.
I think I didn't bring this up, but I will bring it up. My grandfather and my parents made me think very deeply early in my life that it's most important to think about the really poor people of a town and the rich people too, or the influential business people. So I've been fortunate in my position, I can mix with both. And so I'd never, how do I say this, I treat everyone the same, regardless of their backgrounds, until I meet them. And it can, probably in reflecting on this, I did have my house ransacked a little bit on the outside, and it was from somebody who goes to get food at the Tahuna community. We've had our little talk, and I don't prejudge him. And so I've helped him out if he needs a little bit of food. And that's important, I think, part of the community. You say your bit, and then you move on. And hopefully my speech will have an effect not on just the airport, you commissioners, and the general public, but one thing I will say, I care about this community, and it's devastating for me that I have to be here, but I don't sit on the fence when I make decisions.
Well, no, thank you. And thank you for making the time to
Yeah.
come along today and throughout the week.
Yeah.
That is very much appreciated from us, and I think we hope we've got that across to you.
Yeah.
So thank you very much.
Just to lighten it up, David, the Crusaders are going to come back, mate.
He's been wearing his cap all week. Thank you very much. We've just got a little bit more time, a couple of more submitters before morning tea break. Is it Robert Schmook? Have I? Sorry? Schmooky? Oh, you're here. Sorry, I wasn't. I just wanted to make sure I got your the pronunciation correct. Would you like to come forward and take a seat where Alistair was? That much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, we're just getting your copy of your submission so that we've got. So it's just for me. You might not have heard when I said this yesterday, but I find it quite helpful to have something physical in front of me so I can make little notes of any extra comments that you might wish to make. You've seen what's been happening this morning, so the same for you. You can just take us through those matters that you'd particularly want to emphasise. We obviously have read all the submissions that were filed, as I said, almost a year ago. Can you believe it? And obviously, but it is helpful to hear from people much more closer to the time that we're having to, turn our minds to the matters in front of us. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. I've been a pilot for military and airline and corporate pilot for 33 years. I finished flying in 2002. I've been in Nelson since 1981 and have operated out of Nelson Airport from 1982 through 1998 as a pilot. We've lived here, we moved here to Nelson because we enjoyed the area and have been here now for 42 years. During that time of operating out of Nelson Airport, I was the first pilot for Motueka Air in '84 and then Air Nelson, which it morphed into in '85. So I have some idea of the airport environment and operating into and out of as a pilot. Since then, I have been as a passenger probably a dozen times a year, sometimes more, sometimes less, but they have a saying that once an aviator, always an aviator. So whether I'm on the golf course, which I've been a member of since 2002, or in a social situation in the Nelson area, you always keep track of what's happening with aviation. I do. If you see an airport landing or taking off from the airport, or you hear the sound of a jet aircraft in the area, or a flight of New Zealand Air Force formation coming through, you always note that. And so I have friends still in the aviation community, in the Air Nelson community. John Hamilton and I have known each other for a long time, who made a
Yesterday.
submission yesterday. So I do have some familiarity with the airport. When the Airport Authority first mooted this plan, which I think was in 2021, they invited the communities that were going to be affected to a local restaurant and watering hole and gave a presentation in a series of stations, if you will, about how they were going to affect this change, why they needed to affect it, and what it would have the community inputs that would be affected by the change. When they made that presentation, there were a couple things that they put out. One of which was that the current operators at the airport, Air New Zealand, Origin Air, were compromised by the length of the runway in certain situations. And so they wanted to make the change for that, and also for future aircraft that could be operated out of here. Specifically mentioned were electric airplanes, electric-powered airplanes, and hydrogen-powered airplanes. So when I went there, I talked to one of their main originators of this change and talked to him about the performance, because they've been operating these airplanes, the Q300 and the ATR, for quite a long time now, perhaps approaching 20 years, and before that, the Saab aircraft, which I was a bit involved with in the 90s. And just as a sidelight, I might say that listening to the talk about jet airplanes yesterday, I operated a jet out of this airport from between 1988 and 1998 that flew to Australia and into the islands. Now, that airplane was a 3-engine jet and had the performance to do that. So each airplane that flies in commercial situations or corporate situations has their own set of performance factors. Now, Nelson Airport was the home of a corporate airplane, a 2-engine corporate airplane for much of the 80s and early 90s, which is owned by the Goodman Group. And the Goodman Group, as you may know from your records there, was the last supplier of an extension of this runway. And that happened probably in about 1986, 87. So the Goodman Group paid for that so they could operate their corporate airplane out of Nelson to Australia. And that was a 2-engine jet, so it was more compromised in terms of performance than the airplane I flew. So there have been jets that have operated into Nelson and out of Nelson, and various corporate jets, even a commercial jet or two that have come in here. But they've had very little capability of taking passengers or fuel out of here because of the gross weight situation. That could apply to any provincial airport in New Zealand. And the reason we had that particular jet was because we could operate into all provincial airports in New Zealand. And I had the occasion to land at Paraparaumu, which is much shorter runway than here in Nelson, with that airplane. Under the given circumstances of fuel requirements and passengers, anybody can do anything with a jet airplane they want to. But obviously, provincial airports in New Zealand are limited. When they made that statement about performance and future airplanes supplied, it just made me look more at the situation, get back into the game a bit with civil aviation. Now, there's been a lot of talk about RESAs in this plan. My discussions with civil aviation were anytime an airport is requesting to lengthen its runway in New Zealand, and this has been the effect, for instance, at Timaru, they have required them to put these 240-meter RESAs in the plan. And that is because that is an ICAO recommendation for safeties at airports, safety levels at airports. So the airport authority had to include that in their plan, and that has entailed this huge movement of the runway north because they couldn't go far enough south to accommodate this 240-meter RESA. Well, this has added a huge amount of distance to the requirement for lengthening the runway of 163 meters. You're now having to go to the end of the airport boundary, which would be then taking up all of the golf course. So there have been some submissions by Mr. Race and Mr. Hamilton about performance, and Mr. Race's was quite detailed. But what the airport authority and you would think with a project this big, they would have done, and Air New Zealand, by making their submission that they needed this extra runway, would have provided data to justify it. But we have never seen any data from the Airport Authority or Air New Zealand or Origin Air, and I can make some comments about Origin Air's situation if you like. But we have never seen any data to justify that. Now, we're talking about a project that may be in the 20-some millions of dollars just for what's been proposed here, not without any consideration of noise attenuation responsibilities or the golf course private land situation. I think I remember that in their 1,000-plus page plan, it was like 20-some million dollars for this, for the northern extension. So you would think it would be reasonable that they would have to give you some data to justify what was at least 50% of the reason for having this increase in the runway, but we've never seen it. And the same applies a bit to the future operating airplanes by those two propulsion methods. It's one thing to say that that may happen, but to have no concrete data from anyone, because those airplanes aren't in existence. And I don't personally feel as a pilot that they're anywhere close to being commercially viable alternatives. So the RISA had to be submitted to the CAA because that's their requirement if you want to lengthen your runway. Whether the airport authority thought that they're going to eventually be able to negotiate a lower RISA, perhaps they do, but they had to put this plan forward. They never considered runway starter extensions that I saw in their plan. And both Mr. Race and Mr. Hamilton mentioned these. For at least 9 airports around the country, including some of our largest ones, they use those runway extensions, and they are a big advantage in giving you the runway takeoff distance. Wellington Airport being a good example. The other comment I would make that the airport was lacking in information was when the question was asked about how many airplanes land or take off on the grass runways. Because this is part of the whole aspect of what happens in the future with regards to the continuation of having that parallel grass runway, whether it's viable for instrument approaches, whether it's used for instrument approaches, or whether it's just used for general aviation, small airplane, training airplanes like the Aero Club. I'm assuming that you realize that about 1988-89, when Civil Aviation and Airways Corporation were split off and Airways Corporation became an SOE, that the Airways Corporation is responsible for the airports around New Zealand and also the air traffic control system in New Zealand. When that happened, a lot of training in Nelson Airport ceased to exist because it's in a control zone. And you go into that control zone in any kind of operation, including an Aero Club doing training, you pay for that. The reason that Motueka has become such a popular place and has an aviation college and training facilities that are much more developed than we have here is because they're outside the control zone. So the use of the grass runway, which was indicated by the airport authority as being, could be up to 25% of the landings, is just so unrealistic as to be almost laughable. I would estimate, and this is just totally anecdotal and observation, that maybe 1% of the landings would be on the grass runway. Most of the operations I notice when I'm on the golf course are helicopters practicing hovering or line dropping gear or something where they have to use the outside line that they have under the helicopter. So if the grass runway is going to be any kind of consideration for the future about whether part of that could be given up for the golf club to use as future holes or future fairways and holes, is certainly relevant about how much that's being used. And I believe that civil aviation still controls that, even though the land is owned by the city council. So there should be no reason that the airport can't provide that data very accurately, because they're the billing agency. Friends of mine, and I had an airplane here for a number of years, and friends of mine who have them, they get billed by the airport, Nelson Airport, for landings. The rest of the billing comes through Airways Corporation. So to finish up, and then if you have any questions, it seems to me for a project of this size and this expensive, and how many people it's going to affect, including the golf club, the Tahuna Motor Park, the Tahuna community, that to add 163 meters of runway and go through all of this additional building of concrete structure to accommodate races and so forth, if you had to put that down as a cost-effective proposition, it would be very hard to do. So I don't know what the airport authority is going to do to mitigate or accommodate the commissioner's questions that you mentioned yesterday with John Hamilton. But I find it very difficult to understand how we can spend that sort of money and affect that many people for such a small gain in actual airport length, airport runway length. Thank you.
Look, thank you, and thank you for, it's nice to have that perspective, again, reiterated to us today. So your background and your experience is extremely helpful to know. As you know from the conversations that, or at least discussion we had with Mr Hamilton and earlier with Mr Race, the matters you have raised, and I'm sure Mr McLaren might have something to say about this as well, are absolutely questions that we want to hear from the airport company about. And that will be, you know, in their reply, and it might require some quite detailed consideration by them. They're all very relevant to the legal test that we need to be satisfied of with regard to the designation that extends the runway to the north. So, you know, the RESA, the startup issue, the use of the, probably less so to the necessity, but the use of the grass runway are all incredibly relevant issues that we definitely want to hear more about. Thank you so much for your submission and the presentation today. It's very much appreciated. I'll just check with my colleagues if they've got any. I have no specific questions, but thank you.
No, I don't have any specific questions either. Thank you.
I'm in the same camp, Mr Shmuka, but I've added your name to Mr Race, Mr Hamilton and Mr Simmons, who have all raised these aviation concerns. And as I said yesterday, the ball's squarely in the airport company's court to respond to those matters as part of this process. So thank you.
I just had one question for you, perhaps. When the airport answers these questions, will the rest of the community have a chance to have their chop on that? For instance, the performance questions, if there's something specific that may be disagreed with, is there an ability for the few of us to comment on that?
What the process, and this is just the natural justice process that we must follow, the way it works is that, and I mentioned earlier today, that we're going to have a pause in the process to allow certain things to happen. And it may be that some of those aviation questions need to be answered as part of that process. I'm kind of leaving that a little bit to, they know what it is we want to know about. The airport company could choose to use their right of reply, which is their last word, if you like, opportunity, which is the natural justice issues that I've mentioned. The answer to your question is it all depends. So if I've done this once, if in the right of reply there are matters responded to that don't necessarily fall directly into the right of reply box, then as a panel we have to turn our mind to whether or not we want to seek feedback from others. So I can't be definitive about that. It's a bit of an all depend answer. If the right of reply raises more questions than it answers, again, that's going to give us an opportunity to pause and consider what we do with our next steps, because it's a really important issue. It's really important to the airport company. It's a test they need to satisfy us about. It's really, really important to the community as a whole. It's really important to the conversations that the golf course and the airport company have agreed to have. It doesn't necessarily take away that northern extension, but it certainly will necessitate some careful consideration of that grass runway, for example. So there's a whole lot of moving parts. So I can't be completely definitive about it. It all depends on how the airport company respond to those matters that have been raised by yourself, Mr. Hamilton, Mr. Simmons, Mr. Race. Yeah.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, the performance aspects go to the heart of this question. I mean, this is why.
Totally, yeah.
And so I would like to think that if the airport authority comes back with their answers regarding the performance aspect, that we should at least have some way to reply to that.
No, I understand that. And you've seen there's a couple of letters from Air New Zealand, for example, one of the airline operators. And as you say, we've got to think very carefully about what their responses entail before we decide on what is the next step for us. Absolutely. So thank you so much.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, just got a question just to clarify for the audience here.
Yes.
Of the process that you're following.
Yes.
When the airport company, if they choose to respond to the question, the questions that are presented, or in their summing up.
Yes.
The issues that have been the hub for us, they respond to.
Yes.
Do you have as commissioners, do you have the opportunity to then seek our view of those, or our experts' view of that reply?
A little bit, it was a bit like my depends. It depends. So if I have to, as a matter of natural justice, we must give the airport company the final right of reply. So if we decide that there are matters in their, they choose to leave it till their official right of reply, if that raises in our minds some questions and concerns, what we can do, and I've done it once or twice, is we can then seek feedback, usually from the experts that have presented to us, but the airport company then will have to be given an opportunity to consider that feedback and respond to it. So it's a kind of, you're kind of in our hands a little bit. We totally understand the issues that have been raised with us. We're not aviation experts, but we do absolutely understand what that evidence is asking us to consider.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm sure that gives us some comfort.
Yeah. Thank you. Right, we've just got to, we can keep going until morning tea because we've got Mr. Cross who's been sitting there patiently And thank you again for allowing us to restructure the time frame so we could fit you in. So that's much appreciated. Oh, so we could fit other people in, actually. Thank you.
Lot of stuff here.
Oh, yeah, no, it's not. I knew this. Right, well, you've been sitting here almost, well, as far as I can remember, from the beginning. So you know exactly what the process is. And so I'm just simply going to let you take us through. And you've also had the benefit of having sat here and listened to all of the information that has been presented and all the questions and answers that have been given from all the parties. So I know you're fully up to date with everything, as much as you can be and as much as we can be. So I'm just going to hand over to you to take us through what it is you want to talk to us about today. So thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, firstly I want to say I'm cringing with, someone's corrected my spelling. That's great. I was going to cringe with embarrassment. I spelt airport wrong.
Oh, don't. Don't worry, I've seen a lot worse.
I'm such a pedant on these things. So
No, don't. I know it's
probably
horrible
Harry,
when
thank
you've
you.
read something 55 times and you still spot a spelling mistake when you finally finalise
I
it.
thought I was going to be severely embarrassed by that.
No.
I'm chair of Tahuna Beach Camp, but I'm presenting today in a personal capacity.
Yes.
However, I'm happy to change my hats, and I brought a hat along, so
Good.
I'm happy to change hats if you've got any questions of me as my capacity as chair.
Yes.
So I'll wear my hat when I'm talking as chair.
As his chair. Okay.
Right up front, I want to say that I recognise the important role that Nelson Airport plays in the Nelson region. I reckon that it needs to be able to develop in a way that ensures that it remains relevant. I'd like to see out of this process a culture that NAL recognises the social licence it needs to operate long term. In this regard, I think it's important to note that the airport is owned by the citizens of Nelson and Tasman, who have been made unwitting guarantors of airport debt. The airport also occupies public land which it leases for one peppercorn a year, and so all these factors point to a legitimate expectation that NAL should operate as a good citizen within the community. In this regard, I note the requirements laid out in section 167 of the RMA for a requiring authority, which are to satisfactorily carry out all the responsibilities, including financial responsibilities, of a requiring authority under this Act, and will give proper regard to the interests of those affected and to the interests of the environment. There are three things there: funding ability, community and environment. For me, the most important obligation is to give proper regard to the interests of those affected. I will talk about the funding ability issue also, and I'd like to point you to submission 255 from John Murray, who discusses this issue, and he's well qualified to talk about it. But without funding ability, all of this is a fantasy. And we haven't really touched on funding and the likelihood of that and the position the airport's in, and I will be touching that later on. I'd just like to say I commend the approach taken by Queenstown Airport on its second attempt at producing a master plan, an approach that places community concerns front and centre, and I'm sure the commissioners know about that and have seen some of the work that Queenstown's done, and I think it's exemplar.
Yes.
For a bit of a background about me, I know I've put in my submission some of my background, but there's a couple of aspects about it which I'm going to when I do my presentation, will draw out a bit more. So I have an honours degree in civil engineering, but the only civil engineering I do now is around the home. I have deep experience in project evaluation and project economic modelling. And a couple of nights ago, I did a rough tally of the projects I've taken to board approval while I worked for Fletcher Challenge and then Contact Energy, and I worked out that it was more than $1.5 billion in value. I've received advanced training in decision analysis. I've also spent 3 years working for a merchant bank in Sydney. One golden rule that I learnt very quickly in merchant banking was to never give anyone a free option, but to always seek out free options. And much of what the airport seeks is a one-sided optionality at the cost of Te Hunanui community. What I don't know is just how much optionality there is, and I'm going to touch on that during my presentation. I have 7 issues I want to bring to the attention of the Commissioners. Most of these issues have been raised in my initial submission, but since then I've had some time to do more investigation. So this presentation is based on some new information that I provided to Harry. So my first issue is the inadequacy of site investigations in the geotech report. So core geotech information hasn't been used in evaluating the southern option, and NAL hasn't undertaken some low-cost investigations to remove uncertainty. Instead, the uncertainty has been conflated into huge contingency provisions in the cost estimates. So you Commissioners probably saw this in your site visits. This is on the side of Point Road, and it's Airways Doppler VOR distance measuring equipment placed there. And Mr. Race has confirmed to me that this is very, very sensitive equipment and needs to be on a very stable platform. So when I saw this and found that out, my immediate impression was, well, this is in an area which is meant to be very suspect from reading the geotech report, is meant to be very suspect, but actually it's very sensitive equipment. So I put an information request in on Airways and said, have you got any geotech reports on this? And they have. But just to put you in the picture about where this is, that you can see inside the circle here, you can see that aerial view, and then more relevantly, where it sits in relation to the proposed southern extension. So it's smack in the middle pretty much of where the southern extension would be. And so when we look at it, this is the report from Opus, and Stantec, when they did their geotech report, it was a desk study. So it was done using public information and information provided by Nelson Airport. And you can see, I'll try and work this thing here, you can see there, down there, there's nothing, not much information there at all about that southern area. There's nothing really close to it. And the same about up in the north there. There's not a lot. But in fact, you know, you've got a very, very good data in that southern point there, right there. And I'll move that on. So this was a major exercise when they did the site investigation here. You can see the amount of disturbance, and to do the borehole, they actually had to lower the ground level because the plane, this was in the obstacle surface for planes taking off.
Yep.
So they had to dig down deep to get below a certain height. But you can really see there that a lot of excavation work went on. And over here, I just want to point out this. This is a bypass road for tool vehicles so that they stay below the obstacle surface as well. So it was bulldozed in at one time alongside the actual road that had been put in. So just another photo showing the thing. I won't dwell on that. But the site investigations, these were carried out in January 2016. One borehole drilled to 20.5 metres, 8 static cone penetrometer tests. Given that the work was only done 8 years ago, it would have required a lot of planning and coordination with NAL. It almost beggars belief that NAL didn't know about that. So it makes one wonder if Stantec ever visited the site. They didn't, but if they had, and I think a very experienced geotech engineer would have immediately latched on to this and would have had some more data to base their recommendation on. So instead of that, there's been a lot of speculation by Stantec about what the soil conditions are down there, and they kind of homed in on all the possibilities: liquefaction, estuarine deposits, you name it. They've sort of found it and made a bogeyman out of it. And then that's flicked on into the cost estimates for the southern option. And I'll also question about, the archaeological assessment, which downgraded the southern area as well by saying it's undisturbed land. Well, you can see it's not, it's been significantly disturbed through that activity and other activities. So, and then in February 2024, this year, NAL had subsoil sampling going on within the airport boundary. You can see the rig here. And this is on the side of Jenkins Creek, where they plan to build a bridge to access a new car park on the eastern side.
Yeah, we know where that is.
And so, again, I just think that was a beautiful opportunity to do some more sampling in other parts where there was data paucity on evaluating these options. And it's not once you've got the thing here, it's not a big deal. What I also note, so there seems to be a lot of perceived problems with bridging Jenkins Creek for a southern runway extension, but it seems to be easily overcome when it comes to building car parks. And finally on this subject, this is from an old magazine called Photo News, way back from 1967, and this is about reclamation work going on in the northern part of here, and it references 15 acres of swampland that was reclaimed. So I think that there's some real issues about when the geotech report points very negatively about the southern, positively about the north. I think there's a lot better data in that southern area now, and I question I do question a bit about what's in the north. So my second issue is the flawed multi-criteria analysis, MCA. And this is sort of like, you put up some big fancy name and, baffle everyone. But it's a pretty basic sort of exercise. But it is actually fundamentally flawed. And I've talked about, in this one example here, there's a whole lot of elements that have been scored, and the scoring system goes from -3 to +3. So, if everything's scored bad, and in terms of landscape, there's been 11 things scored. So, on that, you could have extremes of -33 and +33 if everything's scored really bad or really good. So, but what the scoring elements for landscape were natural character, visual effects, northern, private, you can see it all listed there. 11 different elements around the landscape. Now, I think we can all agree landscape's not going to be the defining factor in this hearing, right? But all those were scored. And then this is out of the thing, I won't try and drill on it, but just to show you, this is out of attachment 0, and it's got the scoring and all those elements. And one thing that Amanda Anthony agrees with me on is that she confirmed in her evidence that the score difference between the south and the north for landscape effects is 13.
Yep.
Right? So one scored 19 and one scored -19, -6. So there's a 13-point scoring difference between them. In contrast, the impact on Nelson Golf Club is treated as a single scoring element, and it got a score that in those cases is a 1-point difference between the southern and northern for the golf club effect, even though in one case the whole golf club is destroyed. So when you add this up and total it up for the scoring system, the landscape effects have a 13 times weighting more than the golf club. So that's just plainly ridiculous. And there are other examples of inappropriate weightings throughout this whole MCA. And some of this was noted in the Section 42A report, by the way.
It was, yeah.
But then another part of this was the purported sensitivity analyses, and I'll just describe them as bizarre. So, for example, sensitivity option 1 reports a result where all the topics and criteria are multiplied by a factor of 33, and then they report an answer which is 33 times what it was before, which is proving a basic mathematical tenet.
1 times 33 is 33.
It's just kind of, I'm lost for adjectives really, because it's just so ridiculous. And what's more surprising is some of this was identified in the Section 42A report, and the airport had every chance to correct that and amend it, but they didn't. And so I'm submitting that MCA should be disregarded because it's fundamentally flawed. And I mean, it would have been useful if it had been done right, but it hasn't. Then the cost estimates, this is another part that don't provide a good basis for decision making. And they, surprisingly, the numbers don't add up right. Having made the spelling mistake on the front page, I'm probably not, shouldn't be throw too many bricks, but they don't add up right. But and there's a contingency range that's given, but when you take the high contingency range, the southern extension has a contingency of 74% of the base price. The northern has a contingency of 41%. I would have been laughed. Well, I'd never even have the audacity to take something like this to a board and expect them to make a decision on that basis. It's so uncertain, and so it's just not a very real decision-making ability. And what's even more, it came out, and I hope I've heard this right with Mr. Osborne, but I thought when he was asked about where acoustic mitigation costs were, he said it's in the contingency. And I would find that very strange to put a known cost into a contingency item. Why doesn't it go into the base? That's not what contingencies are about. So I just, again, I don't think these cost estimates are anywhere near what they should be for, a reliable decision making. My issue 4, NAL has been vague and covert about what the real plan is. And this is a very, this does my head in actually, to be quite honest. So the Nelson Airport Master Plan was published publicly in April 2022. And on 1st of June 2022, CEO of Nelson Airport, Mark Thompson, publicly stated that the runway extension was 10 to 15 years away. And that's been featured right throughout this whole hearing, that we're talking about a 10 to 15 year period. It seems to be heading more 15 years than 10 years. I have seen the 10-year financial projections in the statement of intent for Nelson Airport. There's no sign that in that 10-year period there's any progress being made on a runway extension. But on 9th of June, so this is 8 days after coming out on that timing, the corporate service manager of NAL, Simon Orr, as opposed to Simon Barr, Simon Orr, advised 50% shareholder Nelson City Council that NAL had a funding requirement of $143 million plus capitalised interest of $11 million for a runway extension, with expenditure starting in 2026. Now, I've got that email, it's in part of the documents.
Yeah, I saw that, thank you.
And and this was all in relation to the creation of the holding company and the funding requirements that the holding company was going to put in place through an uncalled capital arrangement. This is just very strange to me that there seemed to be, so councillors were being told one thing and the public was being told another. And I've confirmed this morning, I've talked to a few councillors, and their recollection very much is that all right through 2022 until October, when they did make the final decision on the holding company, that they were all expecting something north of $100 million for an airport extension, and there was never any other suggestion of anything else. And interestingly enough, the master plan never went to the shareholders for approval. They never got to see that. I find that all very strange, and it does as I say, it does my head in. But this goes on to the question of optionality, because the 143 mil is in the context of providing for jets, and so all the time when this master plan was going, there seemed to be a parallel analysis, and I'm not convinced that what is proposed still couldn't and won't at the end provide for jets.
Yep.
And look, I'll jump at these other things. They're not big deal.
No, I've read them. Thank you.
Issue 5, previous learnings in the EMP ignored. Now, I'm going to start this out by saying that with the rollover, the approach taken to roll on designations,
Designations, yeah.
Then I think the background to the creation of those designations becomes important, because it went through the Environment Court. There were a whole lot of things. So it's contextually that what happened in that period to lead to those designations is, because they've been rolled on, they're still relevant. And I note that Mr. Barr, when he stated in his evidence that that the need for an extended runway had been signalled for many years, and then he said, for example, in the 2005 review of its environmental management plan. Now, I don't know how anyone would have known that, because when I asked for that plan, I was denied it, and I had to force it out through the Ombudsman. So, but the 1996 EMP served as a assessment of environmental effects document for the current designations, and it informed the NRMP. And but more importantly, the EMP considered alternative locations, and it considered expansion options for the airport. And again, the review of the EMP also considered extension oppositions, airport extension options to accommodate 737 jets. So there's a whole heap of work that was done in both those exercises, done by the 2005 one was done by Austral, and a very good reputable aviation consultancy. There's a wealth of stuff there. A lot of the stuff that's been dredged over through this is in there. And the issues about obstacles, of course, the port cranes weren't there at that time, but a lot of the issues about terrain and everything were well canvassed in these two documents. And so there were, but interestingly, when I did get the review of the 2005 review of the EMP sent to me by the airport, it was missing anything to do with the noise contours for modelling the 737 aspect. Mr. Barr assures me, swears and declares that they don't have the document that's got that in it. But it would have been very helpful in looking at what the effect of having jets on the here would have been. The 2005 document concluded that the current main runway length, 1,347 metres, is adequate for all current and future turboprop aircraft, including the 74-seat -8 Q400, under option by Air New Zealand. And then the report reiterates comments made in section 4, where it indicated there is no anticipated need for a main runway extension during the period being reviewed, up until 2020. The report states it is not appropriate to pursue either option, south or north extension, the latter being the strongest path for the airport, until such time as a need for the extension has been established. The designation procedure cannot be used to land bank, but a firm proposal would have to be put forward with a completion time frame in mind. The assessment provisions under the RMA would require need and alternatives to be convincingly demonstrated. So that's very... and then there's a caution in the report, and it says, re-evaluation of the designations to increase their extent may reopen the environmental concerns dealt with through the Environment Court process. Considering those findings of this document and those of the EMP have confirmed current runway length and noise envelope until 2020, substantial increases in passenger numbers and operations demands would have to be evident before a decision was made to extend the designations. The EMP had projections of 1.4 million passengers in 2020. Latest passenger numbers are around 915,000, and the Airbiz base case projections don't have 1.4 million passengers predicted until 2035. So we're still operating within the parameters that were used in the EMP and will be for some time. The EMP review also states that an extension involving bridging the Jenkins Stream for RESA requirements and utilising land to the southwest and a smaller extension northeast warrants investigation. And that was from the Astral consultant weighing up the all the operational problems posed by the north, all the same things which Dave Race has pointed to.
Yep.
Nothing in the NAL application deals with community health and safety, despite this being highlighted in Chapter 12 of the Environmental Plan. So, and there's a whole thing there. So what we're seeing is a bit of cherry picking going on, where it suits the airport to roll over existing delegations, which are 30 years, coming up for 30 designations, sorry, delegations.
No, that's all right. We know what you mean. Yep.
So 30-year-old noise projections or based on aircraft of the day, and so no benefit of improvement since then. But so the cherry picking, because if you're going to do that, you need to look at the whole document, and that says you've got to consider these other things as well, because it's all contextual. So the desired outcome, this is again quoting from the review, and when they talk about the community health and safety, they say avoidance of areas of habitation or population concentration within an area statistically shown to be where risk of aircraft accident is greater and where environmental effects in terms of visual impact and emissions of aircraft landings and takeoffs are concentrated. And we're getting here to, and one of the other things raised in that community health is psychological effect of low-flying aircraft. And we heard a bit yesterday or the day before of the lady in the golf course that fell flat on her face when a low-flying plane came.
And Public Health talked about it as well. Yeah.
So, next issue is safety and regulatory issues.
Is that a different... Is this the slide or is it? Oh, this is.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Yep, there we
Yes,
go.
sorry. Yeah,
Yep,
I'm just
I'm
making
moving
sure
on.
we're up to the right
I'm
issue.
a bit behind.
Thank you. No, all good.
So, I always say that when all else fails with a business proposal, whatever, play the safety card, and it's the sort of last refuge of scoundrels. But NAL.
Yeah, it's quite important to boards, though.
Oh, it's, so very important. I'm
Yes.
not downplaying that at all.
I know you're not.
I'm not. But I did make an information request on NAL, and they advised me that no airline user has ever raised safety issues with respect to the existing runway. CAA has never raised any issues. New Zealand Airline Pilots Association has not raised any issues. And any near-miss incidents resultant from the runway configuration have never been, not been attributed to.
Yeah, we've got no evidence in front of us on that issue. Yeah.
And so, and I guess if it was an issue, it'd be very remiss of the airport to be taking 15 years to remedy them. So these aren't going to be going away until the extension's done, any issues that are there. And it's just like the weight limitations on the plane. They're not going to go away either, just by getting the designations in place.
No, we've got quite a bit of evidence on both sides of that issue.
Yeah.
The offloading issue.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
So very quickly I note there has been an incident in 1999, a Piper Cherokee final approach had engine failure and it ditched in the estuary area.
Right.
And there were no injuries, but that's a case where it would have had a different outcome if landing over a populated area. So these things do happen, and it shows the value of public safety areas.
Thank you.
And then I point out, and I think Mr. Simmons yesterday mentioned this as well, that the series of emails and information requests I made on civil aviation show that there's been very little discussion by NAL with the regulatory authorities.
Yeah, and others have talked about that
Yeah.
as well. Thank you.
And then there's this whole thing here, I talk about absence of community engagement, but the EMP has right through it the whole importance of working with the community, engaging with the community to solve, actually build this whole social license, I'd call it, through, and so oops. Oh,
No, that's all right.
I've gone off.
Maybe
But I can read this
Maybe
very
the
quickly.
wonderful gents behind you will
It was
be able
my,
to
it was my
recover.
last page,
Yes.
and it's just saying that, I'll read this bit. The main potential adverse effect of airport activities is noise, although safety and traffic effects may also arise. If the effects of noise become excessive, the long-term viability of the airport at its present location may be called into question. The potential adverse effects need to be avoided, mitigated or remedied through a range of provisions and processes that involve the airport owners, operators and users and the affected community. And again, bringing it back to
Yes.
working with the community into these issues.
It's been quite a theme of the submitters that we've heard from, the lack of consultation.
Yeah, so
And community engagement.
that's the end of my presentation, but I was, no, I think I'll finish at that.
Thank you. Just for the benefit of, well, for my colleagues, because they don't know this, I only know this because Harry informed me, that PowerPoint presentation is being uploaded to the website, so it will be on the website, and we'll also get copies of it. I mean, I've made some notes, particularly of your 7 issues.
Yeah.
Look, thank you. What I wanted to say was actually thank you for reminding us of the submissions. There's been quite a few submissions that have been made in relation to the MCA. You know, this analysis. And a lot of submissions like yourself were quite critical of that. So it's been helpful to, I mean, you've raised a few things that we've obviously heard from other people throughout the day, but it's been, or throughout the week, sorry, but it's been quite useful to remind us of that, because that's really important in terms of the tests that the airport company need to demonstrate. They have met the statutory tests, is what I mean, particularly in relation to the designations. So, look, thank you for that. I don't, it's been a very thoughtful well-constructed submission, and I really do appreciate that from you, because it's adding a whole extra layer. I mean, it was in your original submission, but it's adding an extra layer for us to consider, which I'm very happy to receive and grateful for. I'm just going to check whether my colleagues have any questions. You don't have any questions? Do you have any questions?
No, thanks. Just a comment that, your statement is a crystallisation of a number of issues which have been raised by others, and you've provided additional information on that. One of our tests is is the designation reasonably necessary, and that is partly what you're talking about, but also the assessment of alternatives as well. So, thank you for that.
No, it's really important when we get to the end of this process that people like yourself, who've got some experience in this space, come to us and help us to really crystallise our thinking. Well, our thinking is crystallising already, but it's nice to get submitters who acknowledge that that's where we're at. And these are exactly the sorts of things that we have to turn our mind to.
Okay.
Absolutely. So look, thank you so much for presenting. Yeah.
Would you mind if I put my cap on and speak as chair for a little bit?
Depend on, we're running
Right,
quite
no,
late.
that's fine.
But
That's all right.
Are you, well, all I'm going to ask you in your capacity as chair, I've got some thoughts about the beach camp in response to, we have some thoughts about the beach camp process that responds to the comments that we had from council for the airport last night. I don't know whether you were here to hear that. And I just wondered if you, I presume with your beach camp hat on, you'd be supportive of an opportunity for there to be further discussion, more detailed and meaningful discussion with the camp. Is that where you're coming from?
Absolutely. It was one of the things I wanted to raise.
Good.
Is, how do we get out of the trenches? And
Well, in terms of part of the trenches, which is not necessarily the fault of the airport company, as Arthur Young mentioned last night, it seems to be that there's some unfortunate issues arising with regard to the council. I have been informed, and I will talk about this again later, that the council is going to, and it won't be Ms Wilson, it's not the expert team, it'll be someone more senior in the management of the council, is going to be presenting to us and all of you, because it's going to be part of the process next Thursday, to give us information about the questions that Mr McFadden and Mr Lyle. Given that Mr McFadden's not here, and I know you're all talking anyway, I did, through Harry, I got a message to Mr McFadden just from me, I was very open, as chair, to let him know that is the plan, so that he knows that I can't guarantee that all of his questions will be answered, but we've specifically asked for an update from the council regarding the certificate of compliance, and we've asked for an update from the council regarding the resource consent issues. I know that's only one part of the puzzle, but it's a very important part. You can hold your breath till next Thursday. I think we're going to get something meaningful. If we don't, I will be asking more questions.
okay.
So, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Right. What we're going to do, sorry, we're running a little bit late. We're about 25 minutes late. I'm just checking, we're going to have a break for morning tea, because I don't know about my colleagues, but I need a break. And then we've got Jace Hobbs, Catherine Orange, Jacobus Ham and Christina Inglis, and Brian Coulter. So that's who we're hearing from this after morning tea. We will just run through those submitters until they are finished, and then we will break and adjourn for the day. Oh no, sorry, is that right? Yeah, there was no one after. Sorry, I'm just checking. I saw a rogue name after lunch, because the Nelson City Council, this is the expert team, of which Miss Wilson is one, are now being deferred till next Thursday. So that's the plan, and I'll give you those responses to the process from here at the end. So thank you very much. We'll now have a break. It's look, it's 22:12. There's a cup of tea and coffee out there. I'm sure that there's also biscuits out there. We will come back at just before 12, about 5 to 12. 15-minute break. Thank you. Oh, right. I know I needed to. I thought I was going to. Yes, that too. All of the announcements.
So if you want to just message me, we go like, it's E, and then I'll think of where we're at currently, if you want to hang out. If you're able to, you can do that. Yeah. Think about it. We'll see how we go. Yeah, fingers crossed. Yeah, no worries. Well, I think for this time I've got to go back. So, it would be best to get away now. But yeah, obviously you'll know that it's the hearing that never ends. No, it will end. It's just, yeah, obviously a lot of homework. So yeah.
Do you know if it's on just Thursday or will there be something on Tuesday, Wednesday?
No. There'll be, so what the team will do is we'll have a debrief later on and work out, because there'll be a direction minute or a note issue from the panel as to what to do. So tentatively the staff we've booked a location for live streaming, because it'll be on Zoom, it'll be online on Thursday. So we've got a place for the public to be able to, in case those that don't direct contributors would like. So we're just firming that up today. So the team should be able to issue something soon at the end of the day about that. The panel will be online. Natasha and the council experts will be online at the noise. He's already done his work. And depending on if the panel accepts the 6-week process, that will allow the airport to work with the golf course. The golf course council. They want us to resolve that, requires the campground, obviously,
Because I don't know what I'm doing.
that'll be that process. But it's okay, just touch base with James. Yeah, and just go, boy, James, what's the process? And he'll help you out. It is a complicated one. It's good to get over the process because we'll be running a similar process for campaign 29 as well. And you can help us to explain the process to the public. That would be really helpful because it helps kind of figure out when they should spend their energy and effort. It's not good for anyone if everyone's not tuning in and don't know the process. They're new to Nelson. Nelson hasn't had a fantastic this one, yeah, so this is kind of the first one in my tenure here. We'll have Plan Change 29 coming up through, which will all be in the council chambers. And that's set out for about 4 weeks. It's going to be a really long one. Yeah, it's going to be worse than this one in terms of process. It will be quite, heavy. And then, I think we're starting to look at, obviously, people have started to think, I'm going to need to turn my attention to something. I know. Moved to Nelson for a really cool job, they said. Anyway, I didn't meet you. Yeah. Simon, I'm going to head off. I'm going to check. Yeah, I'll take over later.
The guy with the white shoes sits at that table there. Oh, okay. He works with the council. Yeah. So he's sort of taking it's free. Well, it's in the airport. It's free. On the first day, they had some guys on the track.
lost our water glasses.
So we have. Oh, I didn't even have mine. Yeah. Grab one from Natasha. She won't need it. They might need a few for submitters, indeed. That is a bit strange.
Oh, thank you.
Right. We're just getting ourselves organised. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
We shouldn't be having such things at this time of day. Thank you very much. No, it wouldn't be a very good look.
It was interesting, your brother lives here?
Yes.
Darren?
Yes. I might be seeing him after this.
Oh, give him my regards.
I will.
I've got the Hot Rock next door.
Oh.
That's my restaurant.
Oh, well, he'll know. He knows exactly who you are. Yes.
Karen's how's she?
She's good. She's actually. They've been over to the Gold Coast actually, but they've come back at the weekend, or just after the weekend, and then I think she's still down visiting her mum in Christchurch.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fantastic, the recovery that she's had.
She's doing really well, and she's pretty much, running the countdown. No, it's great, isn't it? It's really good. Thank you. Okay. Now, so you must be Jace Hobbs, is that right?
Yes, Jace Hobbs.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. We're just getting something just printed for us, so we've got something to write on, so I'll just grab that. Thank you.
My presentation actually isn't prepared on a paper like that. However, that little discussion can happen at the end of my presentation.
Yep. No, that's okay. The reason I get these done is so I've got something to write a few notes on, so that's the only reason it's been handing out. So thank you.
May I begin?
Absolutely. The floor is yours.
So, yes, once again, I'm Jace Hobbs. I've retired from a career in battery transportation. I am perhaps the granddaddy of electric bicycles in New Zealand, having had the most expanded fleets of them over the years, thousands and thousands of electric bicycles sold throughout New Zealand. Every council fleet, New Zealand Transport Agency fleet, dozens of private fleets, all using my bicycles, my technology. I followed the development of lithium batteries over the years, and I'm going to limit my presentation specifically to this one technological issue in which I think that there is some erroneous data within your presentation. In the course of my career, I was the regional coordinator for the Association for Promotion of Electric Vehicles. I was on the national board of the Sustainable Business Network. I was once again the owner of the Electric Bike Hub, which distributed those bicycles. And the last part of my career, I was a consultant to an energy company. I spent some significant time to consulting them on battery development within the grid tie field. So I'm going to present myself as a little bit of an expert within batteries. I have continued to follow the development of them since the time that I've retired. And as you can see, they're changing the world. And battery technology, you should know, is changing by the month. There are multiple billions of dollars, and that's an understatement really, tens of billions of dollars devoted to the development of the new battery systems. Not all lithium batteries, There are a variety of new batteries, and there's an anticipation of the development of them because they are developing so quickly. In any given month, there is significant changes and upgrades to the current technology and promises of breakthrough sort of technology that's going to happen in the sort of mid-future. But the one thing that I believe that all the experts in this field can agree on is that we do not know what the future of battery technology is, mostly because it's developing so quickly. So when I read this proposal that you have out that proposes to know what the energy density, and that's what I'm going to talk about a little bit here in terms of the energy density, because that is the critical factor for aviation. It's also the critical factor somewhat for land transportation, but it's obviously more critical for aviation. When I read that the projected energy density was a figure that they wanted us as a community to plan our future on, I thought, well, this is at the very least misinformation. At the very worst, it's almost like it borders on buffoonery, because everyone in the field agrees that it is developing a pace that we don't know where this is headed to and what the ultimate uses are going to be. So I'm going to make 3 pretty brief points about this and not get into my personal feelings, because that's going to be covered by so many other speakers here. Mm-hmm. The first is that one, and the primary one that I'm going to base all of them on, is that battery development is going apace. It is not known how it's going to happen within the field, whether we're going to have any number of new technologies which are going to transform the energy density that could be used in every appliance, but maybe specifically airplanes. So I do not think that you should be misled that there is a known quotient of energy density that is likely to be in 12 to 15 years. And I want to make the point that if you plan our community's future on such a quotient, you are, I believe, doing us a great disservice, because it's not going to be like anyone can predict right now. Mm-hmm. So we may be making very significant changes to our land use, to our regional transportation model, not knowing what the future is going to be. So that's the one point. The second point, which I think is that I made in my original presentation to the Nelson Council, and which I think has now been superseded by a statement from Air New Zealand, is that they are not actually expecting to use battery technology in the way that we think of batteries. We think of batteries as solid-state batteries, that they do expect to use other forms of zero-emission transportation, renewable energy type things in our transportation future, as they should, as we expect. That's not for certain, but it is very likely that our long-haul flights and our mid-range flights, such as here to Auckland, are going to be done with another aviation fuel, most probably at this point hydrogen. We don't need to go into it. Hydrogen has problems in its usage and its storage, but in its production, I want to make a very clear point, and that is that one of the primary detractors of that has been made about hydrogen is that it's quite energy intensive to actually break it out of water and to actually produce the hydrogen. It's energy inefficient to do that. But what is happening now in the renewable energy field, which I was a part of, is that there is far more capacity for renewable energy than we ever thought possible. If you look at the projections of how we're installing photovoltaics and how we are installing wind generation and the newest efficiencies that are coming out of wind generation, what is happening is that on many days of the year, and increasingly on many days of the year, the production of energy in Australia and on the north coast of England and Scotland far exceeds the ability of the grid to utilize it. So when you have producers of energy in Australia, which is one we should maybe talk about just because it's closer, but other places in the world, Morocco and Spain, which are exceeding their ability to utilize the energy, and they're looking for appropriate ways to consume that energy. That energy goes unused or it is sold at a discount. Now, the argument that I think a lot of people are using now, and I think it's very valid, is that no matter how inefficient it is to break hydrogen out of its water molecule, it is being done with energy which is so devalued because it won't be used for anything otherwise. So there are industrial purposes for that energy, and industry will move, as it always has, to locations of great energy, and it will produce products that can be used with excess energy, whether that was originally water power, then coal power, and then nuclear power, and on and on and on. Now it's renewable energy has become so cheap. It's cheaper now to build solar and wind generation than it is to continue using an existing coal plant. And of course, it has many health benefits and localized power generation, all kinds of other public benefits. So the future actually for energy is looking quite bright. The future for aviation is anyone's guess, maybe, perhaps, but it is perhaps the least likely is what you have chosen to base your submission upon, which is that we're going to use battery airplanes needing longer runways because they're heavier. We don't know whether the batteries of the future will not have the energy density to match the current aviation, but we do know that hydrogen with 3 times the energy density of gasoline, so just you always keep that in your mind, hydrogen has 3 times the energy density. Yes, it has to be stored in specialized containers, etc., but it is a phenomenal fuel. It is a phenomenal fuel, and it can be produced with renewable energy, which gives it all sorts of benefits that make it essentially a battery, and that's what I want you to look at. So when we are considering aviation fuel, we're basically always talking about fuels are kind of like a battery, even if you're not using electric transportation, even if you're burning hydrogen in piston-driven airplanes, which is the projection, I think, for short-haul flights, is just to convert piston engines over to hydrogen production and hydrogen utilization, and you can do that. So I want to give you some confidence, one, that the future is different than you actually have in your submission, and what your experts or whoever you had prepare that. I think they've prepared a very misleading projection, and I don't think you should use that projection, and I want to dissuade you from being confident that you can use that projection for any sort of reliable future. The second thing is that if you go down this route of basing a future on something that is unlikely to be the same as in the near term, the 12 to 15 years that you've projected, if you do have us convert our airport, but perhaps our local transportation system to that projection, you're likely to have perverse outcomes which will not be at anything that you expected. They'll be very unlike what you have expected. And so all of the preparing and planning and land utilization and everything will give you a different result than you had projected. And I think if you base your future on the kind of projections of energy density that you've projected in this submission, I think you will find that the future will not be at all like what you expected, and that you should have done something different today. So that is my one sort of future point there, and and one of those perverse outcomes could be jet access, and you might be expanding the environmentally questionable, arguably environmentally suicidal expansion of jets using our runways. And if you are making that runway extension so that corporate jets can use the airport, then I think you are also projecting us into a series of perverse outcomes that you may not be expecting, largely having to do with environmental degradation, the flooding of Pacific islands, the continued rise of sea level more than it has to be or more than it's going to be, and also there's other aspects of that. And just the last one point is, you always need to keep in mind that the airport is subsiding. The latest statistics out of the two scientists in Wellington that have made a survey of all of New Zealand, and it's rising or subsidence. I know I say subsidence and subsidence, but the correct way of saying it here is subsidence. The way that is happening is that the airport is sinking, and I'm sure you know that. So that presents a kind of a deadline for the utilization of the runway, because sea level is rising, the land is sinking. It's at a rate at which there is a known future in that regard. We know that the airport is a time bomb. It's going to be at some point. It's going to be non-utilizable, or it has to be radically changed. So I would like you to also consider, and this is my last point, that things that we do today matter enormously to what happens in the future, and that we need to really keep our eyes on the prize, which is not just our regional transportation, but goes out to the commitments that New Zealand has in terms of the Kyoto Protocol, the Paris Agreement, the commitments that New Zealand has to the Pacific Island neighbors, our ethical requirements to not actually make their homes unlivable and their islands underwater. So that if we continue down this road, we have also an ethical quagmire, and so the expansion of corporate jets, the expansion of inefficiency that is part of our transportation model today is the reason we're in this quagmire, and we need to be thinking that first and foremost. So just to reiterate, battery technology is anyone's guess. Don't trust the figures that you've been given. They are erroneous. Secondly, we are not anticipating using battery planes on a national or international level. We're probably going to use something else. Then there's plenty of energy available for a variety of sources, including some of our own hydrogen power in New Zealand to produce that hydrogen. And we're in a great situation to convert over to that, and most likely we'll be using some sort of hydrogen or hydrogen-based fuels, such as methanol or something like that's made from the production of hydrogen. So those are all be considered batteries. So when you're considering a green future, I think you should not be lured into thinking that there is this one green future that you've been projecting on this submission. The future of green technology is varied and quite a bit different than in the submission. And if you follow that down the route and our ethical obligations under the other treaties and such a thing, I think you'll find that the way that you've gone about this is not very productive. And that is my submission. Thank you for listening to me.
No, thank you for that. I would add that when we heard from one of the aviation experts for the airport company, he in fact acknowledged that we're not talking about traditional battery-powered aircraft, as you've kind of explained it. And he also reiterated that hydrogen is likely to be the way that things go. So whilst it may not have been apparent in the first round of information that's been received, it's certainly very apparent to us. So thank you for reminding us of that. I don't have any specific questions for you.
If there are no other questions, I would just respond to what you just said. So in addition to hydrogen being available from renewable energy, hydrogen is also available from geological deposits. And if you're probably aware of this, that they have just recently discovered that there is hydrogen percolating up from deposits all over the world, including Australia. And this geologic hydrogen can power our aviation grid very easily, even without its production of it. So we're anticipating being able to essentially mine hydrogen and have it as essentially the big battery that we need for long-haul flights.
A genuine greenhouse gas.
So it isn't such a bad future as maybe some would project in this regard, but we need to make our decisions very carefully. And it appears to me that the statistics that you've used for this are erroneous.
No, thank you for that.
Thank you.
I don't have any questions. Do you have any questions? No, thank you very much. Great, thank you. Now, have we got Catherine Orange here? Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, Harry's just given us, we've got it already, but he's just giving us a hard copy of the submission. We've got an electronic version, we've read it, and the purpose of the hard copy is so that we can add any additional points that you might want to make to us today. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. I apologise if I'm actually going to be repeating what previous submitters may have said, but I guess from my point of view, I just wanted to reiterate the importance of the golf club and
we've had
the
a lot
game of golf.
Information about that. Yes.
And the reason why I want to reiterate that is because I felt when I saw the initial application from the Nelson Airport that they were quite dismissive of our golf club as if it wasn't important. So I would just like to speak to that really. I am an 18-hole member and I frequently play golf. It is an 18-hole championship course. It is a seaside links course, so our golf club is exceptionally unique. I am the owner of several, with my husband, commercial property investments and a residential property in Te Hunanui, which I also feel will be impacted upon with their application. I'm a frequent user of the Te Hunanui beach, the parks, the sports fields, the walking and the biking trails. I have originally come from Canterbury and I have lots of family members in Christchurch. They come and use the camp regularly every year, annually, and it's a wonderful place for them to be. I feel that the Te Hunanui beach camp will be severely impacted upon also by their application. I support the Nelson Golf Club submissions, the NANAC submission, the Te Hunanui Beach Holiday Park and Stephen Cross's. Just to give you a little bit of background about why I love the game of golf so much, in my early 50s, after being heavily involved in the Nelson netball coaching community, I decided to transition to golf and retire from that community. It's been one of the best choices I've ever made. From a mental, social and physical health point of view, I have made many friendships, long life ones. I actually was diagnosed with polymyalgia halfway through this, and it has been fantastic as a sport for my particular physical problems. Golf is a sport you can play well into your 80s, as you've probably been told, and I hope that I make that as well. I'm in awe of the women that I play with, their age and their attitude. It's a fantastic sport, and it's definitely fantastic for their mental and their physical health. Within the golf club, I have put myself forward to help out in many aspects of their day-to-day running, being on the committee, etc. We have a program which we run there called She Loves Golf. It is a fantastic and successful initiative. It introduces women of all ages, including my daughters and people in their 60s, 70s, etc., to the game of golf. Our ladies' membership, because of that, or not solely because of that, has increased incredibly, which is a very rare in golf clubs to have increasing memberships, especially in female memberships. I'm also a member and help run the Pennants Interclub Representative Golf. Our golf club is an essential part of that circle with regards to playing the other Tasman golf clubs. If you take us out of that, There is only 2 left. One's in Greenacres, one's in Motueka. There's quite a way away. We have a huge amount of players that play in these representative teams. So it would be a huge impact on not just us, but the other clubs as well, with regards to the competitions. The Nelson charity tournaments, I want to touch on that, and the events that we hold at the Nelson Golf Club, which I am also playing in sometimes helping. These charities are huge to the funds for our community. We've got the rescue helicopter, Big Brothers Big Sisters, Fifeshire Foundation, to name a few. They raise an enormous amount of funds for our community, and if the Nelson Airport was to succeed in its quest to go north, then these funds and these charities would have to find other means to do so, and I think that's a crying shame for our community. We also hold a 5-day festival of golf, which you've probably already heard about. Our golf club attracts thousands and thousands of visiting players, just our golf club alone. And if it was to disappear, again, the Nelson community's economic benefits would be gone and lost. So the other part that I have been involved in on the committee is fundraising to help refurbish our club. And I've had great pride and joy in seeing what our club looks like now. It's a fantastic facility. We have over 70 groups, as you've probably already heard, attending on weekly, monthly, yearly basis from all over the place. I mean, I've often gone up to the club rooms and you've got the Benina group, you've got the art group, the writing group, the mahjong, bridge, etc., etc. So again, if we were to have that taken from us, all those community groups would be affected, not just our players. So with regards to the plan changes at the airport, I think they have been quite dismissive of how it will affect our community and the various people that are involved in our community. Going back to the fact that I mentioned that I have properties within the Te Hunanui region, I am a ratepayer and I pay a lot of rates for a lot of those buildings, and I am very concerned as a ratepayer what exposure I would be put to, my husband and I, later on with the debt that the airport may incur. I believe there will be a debt, and I wonder how they are going to be paying for that. And I also wonder whether they've done due diligence on the costings of replacing some of the people they are affecting, i.e. the residents, the Te Hunanui Golf Beach Holiday Park, and of course our own Nelson Golf Club. So that's all I've got to say. It's probably repetitive, but I am quite passionate about it, and I just wanted to. It
is and it isn't. I mean, it provides your perspective on the importance of the golf club, plus your perspective on the importance of the Tahuna community, and your role in relation to that. So I'm not concerned that we're hearing things that we've already heard. I think what has happened, and you probably caught up with this, is that and I'll talk about it later, but one of the purposes of putting in a pause into the process will be to give the airport and the other parties, such as the golf club and the Tahuna Beach camp, an opportunity to actually continue or further discussions that have already, that have started, that now need to be, put through a bit more of a process in this process. So that's the plan, which I think in a way, sort of responds to your comment about at first blush, perhaps the Nelson Airport's application, etc., did have a look and feel about being a bit dismissive, and we've heard a lot of submissions that people were very unhappy about the consultation and engagement that occurred. they levied that criticism not just at the airport, but also at Nelson City Council. So we've heard all of that. But no, thank you for coming along and taking the time out of your day to tell us what your perspective is on these things. And if you do hang around for the next half an hour or so, I will be giving a little overview of what the process is from here. So I just check whether there are any questions.
No, I'm not worried about the repetition at all. It's bringing home a point that's been well made already. So thank you for that. And I would encourage you to, if you have the time, to stick around and hear what the chair has to say about the future process.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, just one from me. I see you live in Hope.
Yes, I do.
When you started playing golf, you probably had a choice of going to Green Acres or going to... And what attracted you to go to Nelson Golf Club?
Friendships, actually. So there was 2 or 3 of us that started at the same time, and they all lived in Te Hunanui, and I lived in Hope. So I did the leap, and I'm very happy to have done it. So it's, yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Well spotted. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
The next person on my list is it Jacobus Ham? Yep. Or Jacob Ham? I'm not sure. You can introduce yourself. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Well, you've obviously been sitting there and you know what we're up to, and I'm just going to hand it over to you to take us through what you want.
I've been here a week.
Have you? Yes. I'm sorry if I don't recognise people. There's been most people have been here all week.
You've got a lot to think about. That's
yes.
all right. Just before I start, I want to say that I'm aware that originally the process was you're only supposed to address your original submission. So.
Well, yeah, you can't raise brand new things, but yes.
Sorry to interrupt. I was just going to say
Yep.
I appreciate the latitude that the panel has given to the submitters to be able to present a bit more broadly. So,
thank you.
having said that, I'm just going to read verbatim from what I've presented to you.
Absolutely. No, that's helpful. Thank you.
Okay. My name is Jacobus Ham, known as Co, and I'm sure sorry, start again. I'm a bit nervous.
No, that's all right. Just take your
I
time.
need to speak slowly. I am one of the unconsented permanent residents at the Tahuna Beach camp. There are many other permanent residents in the park who share my objection to NAL's proposal for Private Plan Change 30 and the Notice of Requirement to extend the runway north. Even though our theoretical legal status in the camp as unconsented is in dispute and the NAL would have us silenced, we believe categorically that as concerned citizens, Nelson citizens in the Te Hunanui community, we rightfully have a say. I plan to keep my submission in plain language and reasonably short, so I assume that the panel will understand what I'm talking about without having to make all the specific and technical references as appear in the expert witness statements. I want to submit that I oppose the proposal by Nelson Airport Limited to extend the main runway to the north, and that an extension to the south would be a far better solution. When all this came up about a year ago, my initial thoughts were that the southern extension was just such an obvious answer, even before I learned about all the details involved. After recent study of the evidence submitted by the many experts, and especially after hearing the other submissions this week, I've learned so much more about this whole business. So I'm even more convinced that this is the correct solution. I believe that NAL can achieve its requirements by using the option B, extending the runway to the south into the estuary. This will meet the requirements for a lengthened runway plus safety margins, whatever the length, for the airport's current and future situation. At the same time, this will allow the airport to coexist with its neighbours, including Tahuna Beach Camp, Nelson Golf Course and the general Te Hunanui precinct. This option would not have the impact on the economy, community and businesses which the option A northern extension would do. I firmly believe that it is important to allow the existing community in the area to continue to live as it has been doing. After all, it was here first. Why should the airport have the priority over this land by imposing its operations as the preferred use? Going south could satisfy both the airport's and the people's needs, and everyone's a winner. I appreciate that option B is likely to be more costly, although it's not clear what the difference would be, as it has not been adequately researched. As I see it, the main reason for dismissing the extension to the south is cost of construction, but this should not be the primary driver for promoting one option only. I also believe that the negative aspects on the environment in the estuary area, which would need to be reclaimed, should be viewed in the context of what we learned yesterday from Mr. McQuaid. Consider the amount of civil construction work that went into creating the land for the airport in the first place. Bridging Jenkins Creek outflow was also put into context yesterday with the submission from Lewis Solomon. He made it clear how much the streams entering this man-made channel have already been altered and culverted. So this so-called environmental impact on the estuary is of less importance than the impact on the health, well-being and peace of mind for the people living in the general area. As has been said before, the people come first. Just as a quick aside on the subject of the cost of the thing, I had a light bulb moment in the middle of the night. Instead of going north, wrecking the golf course and spending God knows how many millions of dollars to maybe realign it, whatever, or reconfigure the course, spend that money instead on going south. It has been admitted by the expert witness from Airbus that there is no aeronautical difference between the various options of moving the runway north, south or west. But the environmental, economic, social and community impacts are very different, as borne out by the submitted evidence. The welfare and health of all the people should always take priority. This is actually stated as one of Nelson Airport's objectives, to be a good neighbour and have minimal impact on the neighbouring environment. I understand that there are many factors to consider, which the experts, both for and against, seem to have varying opinions on. This can be confusing and misleading, depending on which side you bet for. I am annoyed that Nelson Airport has only proposed the one option, extending north, and dismissed other options as not acceptable. I agree with other submitters that more work needs to be done to properly investigate alternative options. Despite our unconsented status situation, the setup we have here in the permanent village at the camp is an excellent example of affordable living, and not just in the current economical tough times, but for any time. 6 years ago, we were lucky enough to buy our wonderful little house in the beach view area of the camp. It was the perfect answer to our dilemma of how to afford our upcoming retirement. I think the council and others should be doing their best to preserve and protect what we already have here. This kind of model needs to be encouraged, enabled and supported as a wonderful way to address the current housing crisis and affordable living situation. It works well, pays its way and fulfills a great need in the community. Let's make it available in more places. If the northern runway extension goes ahead as planned, it is likely that our village haven at the camp will disappear. As has been pointed out previously, for many of us at the camp, the permanent village is more than just a place to be. It is our home. We wouldn't want to be anywhere else, and we shouldn't have to be anywhere else. We have invested in this lifestyle choice. This is a fabulous place to live in a superb environment and in our own wonderful supportive community. Our families and friends visit often because they love it too. You will have already heard how outdoor conversations in the Hunanui area needs to pause when an aircraft passes over. I initially found it hard to believe that if the new northern runway goes ahead and planes will be passing over, maybe 20 metres lower, that this would amount to only 2 dB extra noise. That didn't make sense to me. I realised yesterday that the way that the noise is measured needs to be considered. Maximum instantaneous levels versus levels averaged over a long time. They lead to very different numbers and potentially very misleading to the layperson. We at the camp are used to living with airport noise, but we certainly don't want it to increase. The subject of air pollution hadn't really occurred to me before now, but after hearing Melinda Harvey's submissions yesterday, I came to another realisation. The black gunge that accumulated gradually on our outdoor timber bar liner, I had thought was airborne dust, pollen, etc. But it was most likely aviation fuel residue. I haven't had it analysed. That probably also explains the tiny black spots which appear on the white weatherboards of our house and on our vehicles, which are almost impossible to remove. If the aircraft will be passing over at up to 20 metres lower, it stands to reason that this pollution would only get worse. Bring on non-polluting propulsion systems, I say. So, on behalf of all the permanent residents in the village, I want to say how extremely grateful we are to the camp board and our management who are doing their utmost to help in this fight to keep our village homes permanent and seek a solution to protect all our futures in this iconic camp. Individually, we would never have been able to get this level of legal and expert advice. We are also grateful to NCC for providing the approval for our living arrangement in the first place, and we trust that they will continue to ensure our well-being and security. I understand that the Commission can only make recommendations, and the final decisions are for NAL and the NCC. So we ask that a solution be found that does actually work for everyone. Don't just let the airport run roughshod over the people. Thank you for listening to me.
No, thank you. Thank you very much.
And sorry if it's repetitious, but I think it needs to be said.
Oh, well, just from the same reasons that myself and Mr. McMahon mentioned to the last submitter, it's not an issue, to be honest. It's quite helpful to get different perspectives, and your perspective comes from a resident, an owner of a property in the camp. And in terms of your sort of last point, we too are interested in seeing if a discussion can't be facilitated, not necessarily by us, but that the parties keep talking. And I'm going to talk about that at the end. You probably know some of it already because I've said a little bit as we've gone. And I'm equally, from your perspective, I'd like to say confident, but I'm hopeful that some resolution of the issues for the permanent residents of the camp is not too far away in terms of the council.
It's good to hear.
I hope. Well, I hope.
Really looking forward to what the NCC have to say next
So am
Thursday.
I. So I'm sure the airport company is as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any questions? Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any.
I do have some, sorry, just bear with me a minute.
Yep.
My questions are around your situation as a permanent resident at the camp.
Oh, yes.
And I think, I was just trying to find the very first submitter we heard from, I think, was Louise McDougall, who's also a permanent resident, I think.
Yes.
Yes. I just wanted to ask you about the process in your paragraph 7 about when you actually purchased your property. Can you take us through how that worked and what your status was prior to that?
Well, prior to that, we were Nelson citizens living in the area, but, you know, in our mid-50s, were trying to think about what retirement was going to be like. We weren't property owners. We didn't own a house, so we were renters.
Yes.
And had heard about the situation, the permanent village at the camp, from other friends and mutual people, and made some inquiries about how we might get involved or be able to buy a property. But of course, at that time, the maximum number of sites was already reached, and there was quite a market demand for, if any of them ever came up or sold, they were snapped up just like that. So we, again, through good fortune and having somebody who was on the ground at the time, Johnny on the spot, made us aware of when our place came up for sale, and we were able to jump on it straight away. So that was the perfect answer for us for how to live in retirement. We live in one of the what's called beach view relocatable houses on the side facing out towards the estuary. Not well, we actually face into the camp, but we're in that group there. So, like I said, it's a really fantastic place to live in a very affordable way, which we just think is perfect.
So the structure was there before you?
Yes, we bought it from a previous owner.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it was a transaction between the previous owner and yourself, as opposed to a transaction between the camp or council and yourself?
Yeah, interesting. I did actually make inquiries from the camp some years previously about the possibility of getting one of these places, and they explained to us that they weren't, that it was council-owned property. The camp runs its business as a layer on top of that, but the actual people that live there permanently own the property that's on the side, whether it's a caravan or a relocatable house or whatever, and they at that point were saying we don't get involved in that process, but at different times they were taking a bit of a waiting list for people who were interested, so that they might be able to pass that information on to somebody, not that they were involved in the process. But and another interesting point is that just quite recently some friends of ours who live live permanently in another campsite would have been interested in relocating to ours because there was like a site available. But they'd been on that waiting list for, I can't remember if it was 6 or 8 years or something like that, and all of a sudden, it's a complicated process, and the camp would need to explain why there was different periods when there was some places available and not, but they were waiting 6 years before they got an opportunity to maybe move there.
Sure.
Didn't work out for them, unfortunately, but...
Right. So what you're telling is that private transaction didn't need the authorisation of the camp or the council?
No, I'd qualify that by saying that to be able to become a permanent, you need to sign a form that says you abide by the rules and do the right things, but that's the only... Now, there is another separate issue which all the residents and the management have been wanting to resolve for a long time, which is, as effectively just campers, we don't have any long-time tenure agreement. We don't have any right to be there. And in theory, the management could require us to leave at any time if we do something wrong or break some rules or whatever.
Sure.
But the intention originally of setting up this particular village, and it was with the sanction and with the approval of the council, is to give people a permanent place to live.
Sure.
And even though there was nothing in writing and nobody can make that formal, the expectation is that that remains a permanent situation.
Yeah. Look, sorry if I don't understand, but do you own the structure and the land, or just the structure?
The structure. We pay a site fee for being on the land.
Yeah.
We're like campers,
so
effectively.
It's a licence to occupy, in effect.
There's no right to occupy. It's just pay a weekly fee and you can stay there. That's basically how it is.
But you own the structure.
We own the we own the structure that's on it.
You could pick up the structure and move it.
Yes, it's classed as a relocatable house, and we can move it any time if we choose to or need to, maybe. But you'll appreciate there's huge costs involved on that, and we'd have to have somewhere to go as well.
Yes.
Yeah,
And for most of the
absolutely.
people that are there, they don't have anywhere else to go.
And are you, we need to visit the site again. We had a
I think
cursory.
you should. I'd recommend that.
Are you in more, is it more in the southern part of the camp that you're located?
No, it's kind of the middle.
Middle.
The village, as they call it, is the area in the centre of the camp where all the permanents are.
Yeah.
And there's one block called Beach View, and the camp management can direct you to that. But it's a block of houses they developed about from 2013, I think, with the council's approval to put some more of these higher standards. So they're all relocatable houses manufactured by a company in Hamilton. Leisure-built houses. They're all very high. It's not like living in a caravan. It's like living in a normal
No,
house.
I saw
We
them
are
on site.
plumbed in. Yeah, we have.
Not close up, but I saw them.
Yeah, they're like a little holiday house, effectively, with
Yeah.
all the facilities in it. It's fantastic.
Yeah. I'm asking these questions because I don't know. So.
Oh yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I would highly recommend you pay another visit.
How would you describe the structure? We'll visit it, but how would you describe the structure? You talk about weatherboard.
Well, it's how would I describe it? It's manufactured. It's like a tiny home if you've seen that kind of concept. So, it's relocatable. You can stick it on the back of a truck trailer and move it. It's 10 metres by 5 metres, roughly in size.
Okay.
But it's constructed to a very high standard. It's insulated, high
Yeah.
quality.
Good.
All the mod cons basically. Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, my last set of questions,
Yep.
Mr. Hammers, just about the noise that you experience there currently.
Oh yeah. Well, interesting. We were all used to airplanes flying overhead because we're pretty much in the flight path, and the Tahuna area and the beach has always been like that. The people that go to the beach know about aircraft flying over. It doesn't happen as often as it could, perhaps, and that's been talked about. The airport capacity could be increased by just more frequency of flights rather than longer runways. I'm not going there. But so it doesn't happen often, but several times a day a plane's going over.
Yes.
And it depends on whether it's approaching from the north or the south.
Sure.
Of course, if it's coming from the north, then it's right over us.
Yeah, I understand.
If you're outside, definitely the volume, I don't know what the figures are, but it's loud. Like it's, you can't talk, can't hear yourself talking.
How much attenuation do you think occurs once you move inside? I mean,
Oh, yeah, a reasonable amount. You can still have a conversation and mostly hear the TV going, but it's, to put it into perspective, it's only a relatively short time. One of our members timed it once. It's like 17 seconds it takes for it to fly over, and things go back to normal again. So it's not like it's a huge disruption to your life,
Sure.
but it could wake you out of your sleep.
yes. Do you happen to know what air noise band that you're in?
No, I don't.
Okay.
No, but I know that when it's flying over, it's probably, I would expect, I've worked in the audio industry before, so I'd expect it to be well above 80 dB. When the plane's flying 80 or 90 is what I would expect it to be.
Maybe that the council or the airport can, there's different bands in terms of 55 to 60, 60 to 65.
When the plane's flying over, it's much higher than that, on that instantaneous level.
Yes.
But, that's a whole different subject to that
The averaging.
LDN, what it is. It's
Yeah,
averaged
yeah.
over a long time.
Yep, that's good. How readily, what sort of appetite would you have to relocating the structure within the camp if that opportunity came about?
Well, like I said before, we don't really want to be anywhere else. I would rather
Sorry,
not.
I mean within the camp.
Within the camp. Oh,
Yes.
yeah, that would be fine. Yeah.
That's why I was asking the question.
Although, to be honest, the where the planes fly over, you hear it pretty similarly. It's only this new designation would intrude into the camp in one particular area, and it's those properties that would be a problem.
Yes.
That's if the northern runway goes ahead.
Yeah.
But my attitude is, if you go south, a lot of these problems disappear. Keep the golf course, leave it as it is.
Understand that point. Yep. Final question is, how does Jacobus Ham convert to co?
Oh, it's a Dutch name. The Co is out of the middle of it.
The
It's
Co
such a
is
common
in the
Dutch
name.
name.
Yeah.
So I came here when I was a young person, but I've lived in New Zealand
Thank you.
pretty much most of my life.
Thanks.
Fantastic. Look, thank you very much. And I'll
Okay.
be telling everyone shortly what the process is from here, which will be
Yeah, we look forward
of
to
great interest to
hearing
you,
from
I'm
NCC.
sure.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks again.
Thank you. Right, we've got Krista Inglis. Good, jolly good. Welcome.
Through the chair, I just wanted to say that Kirsta's going to be showing a video today, and it will
Oh,
have
yes, you
audio
mentioned
with
about
it.
the noise of
Yeah.
the planes going
So,
over.
yeah.
Yes, I knew that someone was, and I just didn't, you probably told me, and I just couldn't remember the name. That's fine.
So can I just let people know online, if you've got your hearing aids up too loud, or your speakers up very loud, or you're listening on
thank you.
headphones, you may consider you want to turn this down when the video is being played.
Very
To the
good.
people in the room, it will be 60 dBA, what you'll be listening to.
Yep. And remember, apparently I was about 60 dBA yesterday, so, but it's a different sound than people talking. Yep. Very good. Welcome.
Thank you.
Right, well, you've been sitting there watching what, how we do things.
I have,
so,
and I've been watching online as well.
yeah, and
which
watching
was-
online as well. Yes, I knew that. So if you just want to take us through what you want to take us through, that's much appreciated.
My home is 103 Barkers Road.
Yes.
800 metres from the northern end of the runway. And on that page you will see we've got a map. We've got the Parkers Road on the left-hand red one, or the top red one.
Yes.
That is the flight path that is indicated by the Nelson Airport Limited.
Yes.
The second middle red one is the flight path that I believe that they use more often. This is what we've actually got video footage of.
Yes.
And the third lowest one is to my home.
Right.
My question is really, am I in the blue zone or am I in the red zone?
Good
Because when I bought my property in 2020, I did spend some time on that road looking at where the aircrafts were going past, and I would go at different times of the day and in the evening, take the dogs for a walk down the beach, do all those sorts of different things over several weeks. And the original flight path presented by the NAL on the Project to Zero website at that stage was correct, but it has been moved further towards my home, and I have no idea why, but I haven't asked why that's been moved across.
Okay.
Right, are we ready to play?
We are. So have you got the video there ready to play?
Volume thing up, and I want you to call it out from over here. Here it comes.
The front structure's my neighbour's house, the very front unit.
There it is.
Decibels at its height. 84 decibels. This is off Arete Place. This is showing actually that the planes come in on the side of Arete Place near 107. that's the pump station. Because the original NAL plan shows the flight path being over 117 Parkers Road, which is at the end of Golf Road and Parkers Road. That is the, I believe, is the legal one. Well, that's the one that's been published.
Would you put these houses here?
Decibels, no. 74 decibels.
So there we are.
Thank you.
And that's at 65 decibels, according to the lovely lady who was preempting this, and not at the 84 and 74 decibels, which is actual sound going over my property.
No, we got that clearly. Yep.
Oh, shit, sorry. Okay, so can I just start reading? Are you guys happy with that?
Yep. Yep.
I took the initiative to film aircraft and decibels recording from my driveway near the northern end of the runway. The DB app recorded sounds averaging 77.7 with a peak of 84 decibels from 5 aircraft. The image below identifies that the level to be very loud in the regions of a hairdryer, a truck, a helicopter, and on the next page over it actually shows the range of different things that happen in life and where we actually sit. So we sit quite high up into the purple area. I feel justified in saying that my property is subject to repeated bombardment of excessive air sounds and sound pollution, having the effect of disrupting sleep patterns and causing potential damage with reference to health and safety. And I'll note last night was not the best night. At 11:37 we were dive bombed by a helicopter, which woke me. Then at 4:40 we then got another dive bomb from a helicopter, which woke me, and I haven't been back to sleep since. So from the 2 lots of helicopters last night, I probably got about 5 hours. And from talking to some of your experts, 5 hours because of disruption is actually not healthy. I'm a resident living very close to the landing and taking off aircraft at the northern end of the airport. However, being prudent before considering purchasing my property, I mobilised myself to various positions on Parkers Road to see where the planes went. But it appears from my observation, aircraft appear to vary in their approach and flight path. Patterns above 117 Parkers Road to Golf Road intersection, aircrafts are not uniform in their pattern of flight path, and I was explaining that a little bit earlier. Property valuations affected. Any assurance that housing prices would not be affected by extended runway, more aircraft, a smaller golf course, accommodation, less enterprise for tourism, comes down to who would spend top dollar for a house under continual low-flying aircraft. This is no-brainer. Disrupting the community, change is inevitable. Excuse me, I couldn't quite pronounce that one. In any walk of life, however, reciting the airport to future-proof position raises a strong argument. It resolves everything from the community's perspective. unless there is some matter not yet raised as to why this should not be done. We would be interested to know why this has not been worth looking at. I find it untenable that the hundreds of local residents may require housing modifications for air conditioning, double glazing, sound insulation, which really should be starting now with the noise pollution that's happening. Residents being challenged to shut their windows and paying additional costs for electricity is not good. An idea may be that Tasman, Motueka, Nelson would have a central airfield, well within driving and bus routes for the major centres. This airport matters must be considered for its seriousness, so the solutions are prospective in consideration. After playing my film footage taken on the driveway between my neighbour and my bedroom window, and consider too, I no longer fully enjoy my lounge as the noise levels from the plane is too much. I have moved bedrooms to the small, colder back bedroom which shields from the noise. Not good, as I have to hide in my own house 6 metres away from the drive where the engines roar past. It is not ideal, and I suffer from the cold southeast side of my house. This is a health and safety matter to me. I have looked at the colour code key, or have been looking for the colour code key provided to the Project to Zero website. It has been removed, and I don't understand why. We used to have a colour code and what each meant and the decibel rating and those sorts of different things on this site, and now all of that's gone. So we're looking at going, well, what does this mean? I'm in the light blue zone. However, with aircraft going over my house, it recorded 84 decibels, and 84 decibels was not even on the Project to Zero website as an option. And yet it can be seen from my footage, aircraft do come close to my home at those very high decibels. My neighbour commented, he leaves the subtext on his TV and computer so he can read what is being said, as he can't hear the TV or even continue with a conversation when an aircraft comes overhead. Flights normally start at 6 a.m. and flights are supposed to cease at 10. However, over the summer, flight hours are extended to 11:45 p.m. at times, which I believe is well past the acceptable time for aircraft to fly over residential homes. When I'm asleep at 11:30, which many of us are, you aren't asleep when the plane alarm clock comes over. On the Project to Zero website, soundproofing, mechanical ventilation as such, does this imply running a heat pump all summer and not opening windows and having to bear the additional electrical costs? Are they our responsibility? Are solar panels going to be a compensation to the cost of running those air conditioning units? Well, if it's $20 to $40 a week, or $40 a week over the summer, and it's for the period of, say, 26 weeks of the year, that's over $1,000 that the people of Tahuna are going to have to come up with to keep the sound from the airport out of our homes. Is that our responsibility to come up with that extra $1,000 a year, or is that the responsibility of the airport? The CEO from NAL, I've been watching online, Mark Thompson, in his submission indicated that the airport wanted to future-proof itself for future generations. And I agree. That is what we need to do. But my concern above are really to me, and many others I have spoken to, is the future aircraft we are projecting. Many of the specialists, aviation people speaking in this forum, have indicated the new technology-powered aircraft are not yet constructed and may not be available until 2050 or longer. So what are we putting this flight path in for? Planes that don't actually exist. This is our opportunity to future-proof the airport in a different location. This has not been raised, as I have yet seen, but I think it is serious consideration with the amount of money it will cost to extend the runway under the proposal being laid out in this meeting, and the cost of soundproofing the properties within the flight path is not easy. It's not easy to reduce aircraft noise. Aircraft noise does this, and then when you get wind as well, then that ripple changes. Final page. If the council looked at the land in Lower Queen Street, currently zoned commercial rural, the commercial land in Lower Queen Street is growing quickly with new commerce. Existing commercial activity like the Speedway, very noisy, Ravensdown works 24 hours a day, Stewart Drummond Transport, Downers, buy foods, a flight path directly from the sea, which in the same direction as we presently fly, as our present flight path that lands from Lower Queen Street to the Appleby Highway. This is approximately 3 kilometres. This is future-proofing our airport to wherever it needs to be for the next 100 years. There are a few houses there, but compared to the over 200 houses that need acoustic mitigation in Te Hunanui, that's minor. With the lengthened runway in the Lower Queen Street location, freight by air will increase, as the runway will be long enough and large enough to accept the size of aircraft needed. If Nelson in future want to go directly to Australia like Palmerston North has done, we have the runway and the land to extend the runway for a larger planes if agreed it is needed. Te Hunanui has a great commercial spread, but it is limited. There is no additional land to spare. So where is the additional landed freight going to be housed? With the expansion of the commercial area in Lower Queen Street, most of this is still land that's being converted, the opportunity to customise this area for business associated with the airport. Trade Me presently identifies 3 commercial buildings available for lease in Te Hunanui and nothing for sale, and realestate.co.nz discloses 1 commercial building for lease in Te Hunanui and nothing for sale. So if we do increase the freights coming into the airport, are we then going to truck it out to Richmond? Because we've got nowhere else to put it. An increase in business to the airport needs transport management and storage space, developing industry associated with the airport, Lower Queen Street, Richmond. Why not? The terminal. So what were we going to do with the current facility? So everyone go, well, we've built a new terminal in 2019. My question is, why did you build the new terminal in 2019 without looking at everything as a long term? The terminal could be a supermarket serving the community. The land around it could be subdivided by the NCC and the TDC, increasing our housing stock in Nelson, which we desperately need. The money earned from this could be going towards the cost of the new airport, future-proofing air travel in and out of Nelson, Tasman, and in supporting the entire community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the video, which we knew was coming, and
Thank you,
we've
Peter.
seen. Thank you. I noticed that you'd been noted as being the person who took the video. That was helpful. We are familiar with the area that you live in, because when we did our little drive around, we did drive around in that location. So we do appreciate that there are existing issues, as you have identified. Look, I don't have any specific questions. I'm just going to ask my commissioners whether they have any questions specific questions of you.
Look, I don't have any questions, but I really do appreciate the amount of effort that you've gone into in terms of your presentation, and particularly with the video as well. Obviously, the airport company have a lot to think about, and a lot to think about with the existing residents, which are very close as well. But I do appreciate the candour of your submissions. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, I'd just reiterate those, Ms Ingalls, and you've raised a couple of other issues that other submitters haven't in relation to options other than a northern and southern increase. So
My
appreciate.
analogy is to put a square peg in a round hole. Is that what we're doing by having to extend the runway, take out the golf course and mitigate the houses? It's just like, how much more patchwork do we need to do? And is that the right move going forward?
So thank you for that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you for presenting to us today, and obviously thank you also for listening to the proceedings on and off this week. It's always helpful to get people who are up to date with where we're up to. I have one, conscious of the time, but we've got one more submitter, and then I'll explain the process to respond to the comments that were made by the airport lawyer last night. Brian Coulter, is it Coulter? Have I pronounced that correctly? Welcome. Last but not least, well, you're not really last because we haven't finished the process, but you're last today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's obviously been a very long, involved week, and you must be absolutely exhausted. You think. So I'll keep
getting there.
Fairly brief, and much of it will be avoiding repeating what's gone on in the past.
No, thank you.
My name is Brian Coulter. I've been a Nelson resident for about 50 odd years, and for the last 13 years I've lived halfway down the Monaco Peninsula on the inland side.
Yes.
So it's right next to the flight path, and I quite enjoy that. It's noisy at times, and yes, we do have to stop our conversations, but we bite our tongues while the plane flies past, and then enjoy the beautiful area that it is. I've also lived for 10 years on the Tahuna hillside overlooking the airport, so fairly familiar with what goes on there. Some 10 years ago, I joined the Nelson Airport Noise Action Council.
Yes.
Much easier to say NANAC, and have been in all of the office-bearing roles in that organisation. I and NANAC am not usually concerned about operational noise, but I do get frustrated at nighttime noise, particularly engine testing. More of that later. I'm also a community representative via NANAC on the Nelson Airport Noise Environment Advisory Committee, NANEAC, which is different than NANAC.
Great acronyms.
We had the acronym first. And so, a bit of interest and experience there, and it's been fascinating to listen to some of the things that have been going on. I just want to tuck in, before my submissions, tuck in a little bit on behalf of NANAC, and in addition to Lou's comments yesterday, Lou Solomon, there's a copy on your table there, I think.
Yes.
It's regarding PPC 30. The applicant proposes to create a new class of engine testing, namely off-wing engine testing, whatever that may mean now and in the future. It's not defined. Neither the noise-affected residents nor the NANAC or the Nelson Airport Noise Environment Committee, NANEAC, Community Liaison, have been consulted regarding this proposal. That kind of snuck in unobtrusively into the proposed changes to the rules. The applicant proposes that off-wing testing would be subject to the same noise limits as general noise. That is NRMP 1 NR8 38. I submit that most types of engine tests, for most types of engine tests, these limits are significantly less stringent than the current engine testing noise limits. Also, those proposed by the applicant for on-wing engine tests with respect to the allowable duration of test or tests. The outcome I request is that the Commissioners strike out the meaning of aircraft engine testing in MW3 definitions.
Thank you.
That has caused NANAC quite a lot of confusion and upset that this thing was just got snuck in. So we'd like to see that deleted. Now, and to my submissions, I've got to say they're a bit lightweight for various reasons. So I'll try to be brief. My submission numbers are S214, S219 and S221. And I come from a community perspective, not particularly highly well educated in engineering or anything, but I've got a strong community interest. And my submissions deal with 4 areas: the submission process, the changes to location of boundaries and rules within them, the extension to the north, and acoustic mitigation. Now, while the Monaco area where I live is likely to be unaffected by the proposed runway extension to the north, I am very concerned for residents and businesses to the north and east of the proposed runway. Now, I think you already have a correction to my S19 submission. The Nelson Golf Club and the Tahuna Beach Motor Camp will be seriously affected. Somehow or other the word "not" got in there, and I don't know quite how that got there. I'm not saying I didn't do it, but I don't think I would. Anyway, the submission process, there's been a lot of people dwelled on this quite a lot, so I don't need to develop it a bit further. But however, this 82-year-old brain has great difficulty in making sense of Nell's proposals. For example, on page 85 of the hundreds of pages that Nell applied for to start with, I'm going to read this little bit. The approaches primarily within the PPC is to avoid new ASAN within the ANB and the AECO as associated with the FANC. The consenting threshold is set at prohibited for the new ASAN within the ANB on the basis of table within NZS 805.1992. One paragraph of thousands of pages.
Welcome to our world.
So
I do appreciate that it creates a lot of cross-referencing that you end up having to have 4 bits of paper around the table.
I would suggest that many people in the worst affected areas
or a cheat sheet
in the Tahuna areas particularly, but also around Monaco, would have the same difficulty as I in trying to understand that kind of thing. Then 20 working days to assimilate and respond intelligently to such a complex NOR. Now, I'm using abbreviations now.
Now you are, yes. I do know what that means.
Yes. Plus the unexpected and hugely complex PPC 30. Come on. Changes to boundaries. We've been told that the airport needs to acquire the ability to extend the runway just in case the need for it arises in 10 to 15 years' time. We also understand that if their application is approved, rule changes will apply from the date of approval, even though there may never be a need for that. That will have a profound effect, particularly on the Tahuna community and businesses. There are some draconian requirements within the proposed boundary and rule changes covered by other submitters, NANAC included. And some of those have been kind of snuck in under the radar a little bit. If I can stop my hands shaking, I'll get to the next page. There we go. I, with NANAC, seriously question, this is on the extension to the north, seriously question whether the runway needs to be extended to the north. As per Lewis Solomon's submission, I believe an adequate hybrid extension could be made without the need to exterminate the golf course and the motor camp. If an extension to the south did not go much beyond the southern embankment of the stream, there'd be no effect on the estuary and very minimal effect on the Monaco residents. But it'll be a huge improvement for the people at the north end of the runway. If the plan goes acoustic mitigation, if the plan goes ahead, Nell should have an acoustic mitigation strategy that at least equals that of Port Nelson. I believe that most, not all, people accept that live near an airport expect noise. And we're okay with that, with existing operational noise regulations. However, regardless of the extension proposals, nighttime engine testing noise and nighttime flights needs to be mitigated. Nelson Airport is a virtual amphitheatre with sleep disturbance within 1.5 kilometres of the testing bay, a regular occurrence. Existing testing bay is not up to the task, and as a result, exceedances of noise regulations regularly occur. Now's claim of a rollover of nighttime noise regulations is not true. There are subtle but significant changes that adversely affect nighttime noise regulations. Lou Solomon talked about that yesterday. So in summary, the proposed extension to the north should not be permitted. A hybrid option, a little bit to the north and more to the south, could be explored. And nighttime noise, 6 p.m. 6:80 a.m., including engine testing, needs to be mitigated adequately, either by tougher constraints or by better infrastructure.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I needed to say, I think.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I don't have any specific questions. It's nice to hear from someone who's at the southern end, who lives at the southern end of the airport. There's been a few submissions that have been made, but it's nice to hear in person from someone at that end and talking about that experience. And I'm just double checking. Did I have anything? No. I think I'm good. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Just in terms of the engine testing and off-wing engine testing, I observed Mr. Solomon talking to Mr. Bonus after his presentation yesterday. Presume that was one of the things which was on the table. Don't know that for sure, but
no, the engine testing's mine.
Oh, is it?
The first bit I read was Lou's language, as you can well understand, but it's as a part of NANAC presentation. So
Okay, thank
all
you.
right, thank you.
Nothing further?
No, thank you.
Nothing from David? Well, look, thank you, Mr. Coulter.
Thank you
That's
very much.
really appreciated. Now, I know that a couple of submitters who didn't indicate that they wanted to be heard, have indicated that they'd quite like to be heard. Even though we arguably do have a little bit of time in the timetable, it is getting quite late in the process, and it's just too difficult for us to slot them in. So I'm sorry about that. Given that we're due to break for a break now, and then I'm going to explain what that longer break is going to look like, which I'm going to do now, even though we're getting close, getting beyond lunchtime time. Firstly, before I talk about the process, I just want to say all three of us have had extensive experience working with airport planning issues. So we're not aviation experts per se, but we have all had a lot of experience working with all of the issues that you've raised, everyone's raised. Look, Nelson has raised, I'm going to say the word unique considerations that don't necessarily apply in the other airport planning matters we've been involved in, and they are really important, and not just in relation to the golf course, but also in relation to the Tuhuna community generally, both the commercial and the residential component of that community, and the location of the beach camp, the location of the nature land area, for example. So there are a lot of matters to consider that that are different from other airports, and I can assure you that we've heard all of those loud and clear. Those of you who were either listening in or were physically in the room late yesterday afternoon, it was about 5 or 5:30, as a result of the submission from the golf club, Ms. Arthur Young presented a sort of suggested proposal to us after she'd spoken with the lawyer for the golf club, Richard Fowler, and essentially we've discussed that as a panel, and we've got a few little added bits and pieces to it. With regard to the, and she's also written us an email that came in this morning, which we've also considered. So I'm going to tell you where we've come to, and then you can just correct me if I'm wrong or if I've missed anything. Look, firstly, we look forward to hearing from Nelson Airport and the Nelson Golf Club regarding the detail around what a pause in proceedings look like. Miss Arthur Young outlined what that would look like. It looks like roughly a 6-week pause to allow certain things to happen. But her and Mr. Fowler will, in fact, put in a joint, I'm loath to say memorandum, but a joint proposal to us, and I think we thought it would be on Monday, so that's fine. She also discussed the Tahuna Beach Camp and proposed a process with regard to that, because it doesn't just have issues that involve Nelson Airport. It obviously has really important and live issues which involve Nelson City Council. Can I just say that we think there are two parts to that particular submitter group. One part is very much the Nelson City aspect, the legality of the permanent residents, etc., which Mr. McFadden invited us to specifically cover. As I mentioned earlier, I reached out to, through the administrator, I reached out to Nelson City Council and said that our expectation and request is that we get some update information from them. And I am, and when I said, I won't use the words optimistic, but I'm confident that they will respond, and I'm hopeful that it will be a meaningful response and that we will get that response, and you will all see it you'll hear it next Thursday, and I would like to think that I can request something in writing from the council on Thursday. It's on Thursday afternoon, but that we get something in writing, close of business Wednesday would be helpful. What we're thinking with regard to the process, so that 6-week gap that we've talked about for the golf club, we think it would be useful for the parties, and it's probably a conversation between the airport company, the Tahuna Beach Camp representatives, and the council to discuss, to come back with us to talk about what you think that could occur during that period, because we're not entirely sure, two things. We're not entirely sure with regard to the legality of the permanent residency issues associated with the camp. That's not something that Ms. Wilson is the right person to talk to for the council. And with regard to the planning issues and the noise mitigation issues, etc., and I think the intention was that it would involve the airport anyway, that would, in our view, would need to involve both Ms Wilson in relation to her role in these proceedings, but also Mr Bonus in relation to his role with the airport, and Mr Lyle for the camp. So perhaps when you're, if you could perhaps, we're just going to give you a chance to have a chat and come back to us about what that would look like, because it probably does involve those two components. In terms of you inviting, or Ms Arthur Young invited us to consider whether or not there was any utility in having any further conferencing other than planning conferencing. Look, at this point in time, it's our view that we do not think there is any utility in having any further noise or aviation or economic conferencing. But we note that to the extent that the planners would require input from those experts, it's a given that we expect them to seek that. The next thing just to mention, and just in passing, and I've talked about it already, as the airport company will have heard, I'm not suggesting that because there's no aviation expert conferencing that there aren't some really important issues around aviation planning and expertise that we need to hear back from the airport about, and we will definitely be expecting that, and that's at the end of the day, that's something that the airport company needs to consider, how it's going to do that, what its reply will look like, whether it's going to, for example, what you could do is you could seek to get a statement of evidence from somebody, and that could form part of the reply, as long as it's a genuine reply. And I've mentioned that I've already confirmed that I have asked the council to present its expert position to us next Thursday at 2 p.m. They might physically be together in a room, or some of them might be, but it will be online. It will be available both as a live and an after the fact recording. And a link to that will be provided, and that will include a presentation from the council, not from Ms Wilson, but from a representative of the council regarding the matters raised by TBC about its certificate of compliance and resource consent issues that were raised whenever they were raised. Was that Tuesday? I've lost track. It must have been Wednesday. Sorry. Look, once we have the proposal from the airport company, the campground and the golf club, separately potentially, we will then issue or confirm the position with regards to the pause process, and I'll probably have to do a kind of minute, sorry about that, but it'll probably just be a short minute confirming the process, setting out some time frames, so that everyone can make a note of those and everyone can be kept, on track. Have I missed anything? I wrote them down, but I might have missed something.
I'm loath to ask, but I feel like there's some homework. Was there homework?
There was some, yeah.
There was.
I've got a list of it here.
I was going to say, Mr. McMahon does have a list of homework, but I haven't had a chance to talk to him about this, but I'm not sure what part of that fits within the 6-week period and what part of it is actually genuinely reply. So we'll hear from him, and
I think
then
that would be helpful, ma'am.
Yeah,
We could hear it, and then certainly I can consider and take instructions on where, from the applicant's perspective.
I think that would, that's a good.
Let's do that.
That's a good answer.
Thank you. And thank you, ma'am, for that indication of next steps. That's very helpful.
Yeah. Oh, no, well, thank you, and thank you to Mr. Fowler. Oh, what I haven't said, I have sent through Harry, so I didn't do it directly. I did send a note to Mr. McFadden, not letting him know about all this other stuff, but letting him know about Nelson City's confirmation that they will be presenting I was going to say an answer. They will be presenting something next Thursday so that he's aware of it. I know that many of you can keep in contact with him, but I thought it was useful for him to know that.
Thank you, ma'am. And just on that, and noting, of course, I'm not here as a representative for the TBC, but I've listened very, very carefully throughout the week and had many discussions around the Nescafe. Has the council team, and also appreciate it's not really for me to ask you questions, but has the council team been given a list of questions to answer by you? I only say that in that whilst it's a parallel process, of course, and we're all very interested in the council's position on this, with respect, it would be most unhelpful if on Thursday someone just came along and sort of had 2 lines on the COC. Because I think what we've heard over the course of the week, including so eloquently from Mr. Ham today, frankly, the legal challenges here and uncertainty for people in the camp is much more serious than I even anticipated at the start of this week. So has there been any guidance given to the, not Ms. Wilson, and I appreciate the distinction there.
Oh, yes. No, she's not in a
But to the
position.
council team on what they're actually going to be coming to talk to us all about on Thursday?
I'll tell you what they said, so that this is exactly what I've sent, what Mr. McFadden has received. Council will be addressing the matter of the permanent residents at the Tahuna Beach campground, including a brief background on the resource consent process and the council's position on the legal advice as part of the council officer's summary statement. And their preference is to address that in the public process, which is very helpful to know that. To help with this, we have council's legal advisors on hand to provide input if needed. What would, however, help is if the panel were able to formulate a request or specific questions on this matter for council to respond to. Now, I only got that yesterday. We haven't done that, but we've been invited to do that. We will do that. I will probably do that. It's Friday, isn't it? That will probably be on Monday. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Thank you.
It helps me organise my thinking.
Bought you some time there.
Yeah. Some of the stuff that I'm going to outline now, I've already canvassed previously, but I'll just summarise it. So on the first day, or first or second day, I asked for, I think it was Ms. Smith, for a spatial representation of the properties affected by the 5 to 8 dBA and the 9 to 11 predictions.
Yes, and to clarify, sir, we are working on that.
Yes.
To clarify, sir, that's as against the operative.
Against
2000.
both baselines.
Thank you.
Yes.
Well, you've
So
certainly
that-
got
that-
time to get
which
that
brings
in.
in the 2 dBA component.
Thank you, sir.
Today I talked about the spatial extent of the ACO and the ANB, both under the existing and the proposed.
And so, sir, just to clarify that beyond what is in map 4,
Well, map 4 is quite complex, and I was just a
Okay.
simplified version of that if possible.
thank you.
One that's sort of dumbed down, if you like, just to show the graphical spatial extent.
Thank you, sir.
Aligned with that, and I don't know whether this is possible, whether the location of submitters can be plotted on that map or separately.
Thank you, sir. And what we thought might also be helpful, the team has just been reflecting on this over the course of the week, is not only plotting based on the public information we have this week on where folks are, but also a really simple table that shows what operative contour they're in now what contour they might be proposed to be
Yes.
in.
That would be very helpful.
And that's where I think that spatial
Yeah.
plan might assist in that,
Thank you. No, I
sense,
think
without
maybe
overcomplicating it.
Yeah, and maybe a
Yeah.
table to go with
Yeah.
that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So they're the sort of factual matters. In terms of the issue that the chair raised about the TBC, I think there are actually three elements there. There's the lawfulness matter that we're going to hear from the council on next Thursday. There's the planning provision matters that Mr. Bonas and Ms. Wilson and Mr. Lyle might want to discuss.
Yes.
And that might also extend to the matters that we heard from Kaingaroa this morning about the activity status. Their views were quite, well, they added another level of complexity to those rules. The third component of the TBC matter is, and just so that you're clear, and this is a suggestion only, is to replicate the configuration discussion that you're having with the golf course with the TBC. And of course, there are three parties there. Whether you have a two-stage approach to that or a three-stage, as you've suggested with the golf course, is completely up to you if you agree to go down that line. But it seems to us that it makes a lot of sense to actually, if we're going to pause, to extend that reconfiguration discussion at least to the TBC. And you would have seen that I asked both Mr. Cross and Mr. Ham today, as the management and the resident, whether there was an appetite to consider that. They both replied in the affirmative.
Yes, sorry, I heard that, and I think that was also that point is what I was getting at in one of the bullet points in that email of the suggested content.
I wasn't sure. Yeah.
Yes, I think obviously the distinction, of course, as between the golf course and the campground is the role in which the airport company can play in that reconfiguration. So I'll reflect on that and take instruction, but certainly what the team had been discussing, and certainly we've heard this week, and I mentioned again last night, Mr. Lyle's very helpful comments about sort of reconfiguration of the camp. My initial observations is that sort of first phase of conversation is actually as between TBC and the council.
Yes.
Bearing in mind that's trust land
Yes.
for recreation purposes. And I'd only simply note there, and again, this will be something we'll be talking about over the next 6 weeks, and I can signal will certainly be a feature of my closing, particularly after some of the comments from Kaingaroa. But after a week like this, how on earth anyone could think that permissive development framework of ASAN in this location has resulted in good outcomes.
Okay, that's a substantive argument, but
Indeed,
I just wanted to be certain that there wasn't any misunderstanding about that bullet point in your email.
Absolutely.
No, I
think
got that too.
That's what we're hoping
Yeah.
to help facilitate. The role of the airport in that conversation is, with
Well, I'm
respect,
glad you used
limited.
that word, because that's the word I was going to.
Thank you, sir.
Whilst it is a matter between the council and the beach camp, I think the airport could play a facilitation role in that. And,
Thank you, sir.
and use that time wisely, particularly if it means that the exposure is reduced of long-term residents, and that might help address the lawfulness issue in due course too.
Indeed.
And it might play in terms, it may be relevant, and again, it's a lawfulness issue arguably, but it might play into the noise mitigation package that's been proposed. And you might recall the evidence of Mr. Stiles, I think, in response to questions from Mr. Daish, that, some of those permanent sites are not really that amenable to being acoustically treated. So they may, and he did say, they may now therefore require
I think he
relocation.
acknowledged that, didn't
And
he?
that's just a matter that the airport company needs to be aware of, because, someone has to pay for that. So that's just got to keep that in the mix, and that's why it's important that you're part of you're part of the process, so you understand what the outcome is.
Thank you.
So that covers off the next Thursday and the pause process.
Yes.
In terms of the right of reply, you made some comments yesterday about your view on 171. The panel doesn't want you leaving the hearing today to with the impression that we're over the line on that. Certainly, when it comes to the necessity test, and therefore, by application, the alternatives and effects tests, we think there is still a lot of unanswered matters there. And particularly the necessity of the designation based on the aviation evidence is a very live issue for us. And I've indicated during the course of the last 5 days how the evidence of Mr. Munro and Dr. Orchard has been challenged by Mr. Solomon and Mr. Hampton and Mr. Race and a couple of others. So that leaves us in a quandary, particularly if there's not going to be any further aviation conferencing, puts the onus directly on NAL to address that matter in a factual and narrative sense, because I think that's, if you don't mind me saying, I think the narrative has been missing in this. There's a lot of separate silos, and I'm not seeing the full picture.
Thank you, sir.
I'm sure the panel agree with me in that sense. So the first and third limbs of the objectives of the work are really live issues in terms of necessity and the minimising the impacts of the. So I think there needs to be a lot of work done in the RRR there.
Thank you, sir.
And I hope you don't mind me saying that, because
it's very helpful.
That's going to help us.
Yes, these are very complex issues.
Yes.
Yeah, but we thought very carefully about this, and we didn't think that it necessarily led to an outcome that required the expense and the time that would be taken, battling it out at the expert level. But there, you know what the question marks are raised in the evidence opposing evidence that we've received. So it's for the airport company to respond to that, and that's our expectation. So thank you. And
thank you.
Good. Is that everything? So what's going to happen now? We're going to adjourn, and you can all go home or have another cup of tea and a chocolate biscuit. And thank you very much to everyone who's here, to everyone who's online, to everyone who's been here this week. It's been much appreciated. The energy levels have stayed reasonably high during the entire hearing, which in my experience doesn't always happen, but it's been good to see. I think so. The process is that we will be putting to the council, as in the entity, not Ms. Wilson, a list of questions with regard to the Tahuna Beach Camp that we would like to have them answer next week. That will be made available once we've landed it in our own minds, so that will be Monday. The golf club, Tahuna Beach Camp and the airport company and Nelson City Council will, to the extent that that's necessary, they will put together their proposals for what's going to happen during that pause period, and that will be Monday. We will then issue a minute direction, we will record the outcome of that. And again, that will be something that you will all see, and there'll be a copy on the website. And the time frame for that, indicatively, we will know more on Monday, is in the sort of 6-week period. So what we haven't, we're adjourning the hearing today briefly. We're reconvening next Thursday to hear from the council. We will then adjourn again, and that adjournment is for the outcome of that pause process to be reported back to us. And then after we've got that, we then have to make a decision about the timing of the reply from the airport company, and And only after we've received the reply do we then confirm that we've got all the information we need. So that answers some of the questions about what if it raises issues that you weren't anticipating. We have an opportunity to query things at that point. After we've satisfied ourselves that we're ready, we then close the hearing. When the hearing is closed, we can't receive any more. We've basically confirmed we don't need any more information, and jurisdictionally we can't receive any more information. And then there's slightly different timeframes depending on whether it's a notice of requirement versus a plan change. But what we will do is we will issue information. I'm so reluctant to call it another minute or direction, but just to let people know what our timing, what our decision-making, recommendation-making timeframe is. So, sorry, I can't give you closure today, but within, I would have thought, 2 to 3 months, we should be in a position to be much more definitive about what that time frame looks like. So thank you everyone. I mean, it's been these are always, well, they're always emotional. This has been particularly emotionally charged, I have to say, and that's not a bad thing. It's really important that people bring their, their thoughts, their values, their important pieces of their lives to bring to bear to this conversation. And I hope, and Ms. Arthur Young has actually, reflected that really, I thought, really respectfully. So I think that's really important. And I want to thank the airport company for being so willing and open to this process that you have proposed. It honestly, it's made our lives so much, I was going to say easier. I'm not sure that's true, but it's certainly made our view of this process a lot more positive than it otherwise would have been. It's never nice to have to land at the end of a process and then know that you're going to have to make a decision that is or make a recommendation that's just not going to please anybody. I'm not of the camp that says that if you've upset everyone, then you've obviously done a good job. That's not my style.
Thank you for that. And I just wanted to acknowledge, I know some of us have had some conversations again around the Nescafe, and I just wanted to also acknowledge the tone and style that you have chaired and your commissioners have taken. It has been quite a heavy week for all of us, and you've been a transparent, open, sometimes a little bit too transparent, open, friendly and approachable panel with a lot of questions for all of us. And I think I don't just speak for myself to say thank you very much to the three of you. The tone this week has really come from the top. I mentioned also all the other folks in the room. I did also just want to acknowledge Kirsty Dibley as well,
Yes.
who is my co-counsel, who has done a whole heck of a lot of work. And will have a whole heck of a lot of work to do as well. But I just wanted to acknowledge from the airport, but I think probably from quite a few of us, that the tone from the top has been really, really excellent. So thank you very much for that. You don't often get a clap, so there you go.
No, I don't.
And just in the spirit of that, if I could, on behalf of Commissioner Dace and myself, thank Helen for the way you've chaired things. You've taken a lot of pressure off us to allow us to deal with scrutiny, and that's really appreciated. And your very inclusive approach to running the hearings been really appreciated.
Thank you very much. I always think that it's all very easy. We actually have Nelson connections that we talked about yesterday, but it's all very easy when we don't physically live here to just, walk out the door and then think, oh, well, we'll just leave you all to pick up the pieces of your lives. It's not like that. It's never like that for me in these processes. It's about, trying to encourage people to come to outcomes which have a solution, not necessarily a win-win solution, but at least not a lose-lose solution at the end of it. So that's been partly what's driven me. And I've just heard back from Mr. McFadden just now, in fact, and he's confirmed that he's happy with the process that has been discussed.
Great.
So,
Thank you, ma'am.
thank you very much. Thank you all. Let's adjourn for now. We'll be online next Thursday, and there'll be something coming out early next week, and as will the council team. So we can all wait with bated breath for that outcome. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Whew.